Check. Check, check.
Lav 1. This is Lav 1. It's mostly going to be Celeste, and they're going to have it on their lapel, so probably like here, because they're wearing a pink suit. Celeste. This is Celeste. So, can we have it quiet in the sanctuary, please? 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you good with Lav 1? Yeah. Great. Okay. Wireless 2, can we be quiet in the sanctuary for mic check real quick? Marie? Marie, can we have it quiet just for 5 seconds for the mic check? Is right here. Does it make sense for 5 to be here? Okay, great. I'm going to. This is wireless 3. Wireless 3 is right here. Wireless 3. This is me holding it probably right about here. Wireless 3. I am. Okay, great. This is wireless 4. Wireless 4 is my friend. Welcome to the Starlight Ballroom. Wired mic. Are we just leaving them all up? Are you just leaving them all up for the whole thing? Wired mic, hello. Welcome to Union Congregational Church. Little Miss Tuffet. 1, 2, 3. These all sound really great, John. These are really great. I'm going to get Celeste and put them into a wireless. So you feel good? Do you need it? Okay. No, good. All right. Can you give me audio on the live stream so I can test that? Okay, let me see if I hear it. Room mic is open. Celeste, I'm just going to get you. Great. I got it. Thank you. All right. Yes. Sorry to make you walk again. So this is going to be you all the way through the healthcare panel. It will only be on. Sorry.
and other things. Oh, there it is. That's my voice. Hello.
Okay, don't be afraid to project. The mic's not magic.
Okay, I won't be afraid to project because the mic is not magic, but my voice is magic. Magic, magic. Influenced by testosterone, testosterone.
That's interesting. Hang on. I have a thought. Hang on.
Project is everybody. Speak to everybody. But you don't even know the microphone. The louder you are, the easier it is, and then everybody will hear you.
As a young trans person in suburban Pennsylvania, I never thought I'd be standing up here in the middle of the church talking about trans. Living my dream I didn't even know I had. Here it is. And hopefully, paving the way for somebody else to live their dream after me. Doing it.
I wish I could pull it off.
Hey. Wait, what am I don't even understand. It's so amazing though, because what Marie can do with an event is make and create a space, even in a building where you would never expect that there would be this. She can take a space that might seem cold or just wood, and she makes it have a feeling and a vibe and a presence, and it is why I always invite people to Out Montclair events, because when they say things like, well, I'm gonna go to XYZ Pride, or I'm gonna go to another Pride, I say, that's great. Absolutely go to that Pride and also come to Out Montclair's Pride, because they are such radically different things. Hey Ryan. Hi. Didn't mean to call you out, but, I did.
I'm ready. I just want to make sure we're up high enough for me.
Look, I dressed myself. I know. I didn't pick this out. I mean, I just put it on. Look at all you beautiful people doing your thing. Okay.
Your friends are gonna go live with the recording, so just don't say anything you wouldn't say in front of your mother or something.
I'll just imagine, yeah. I'm imagining I'm on the record. Got it. On it.
How you doing, man? Good to see you too.
Hi. You ready? Hang on. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Crabtree, and I'm the communications coordinator for Union Congregational Church, this beautiful building that we're in today. I want to welcome everybody. I want to welcome everyone to the Trans Day Visibility Celebration. We're overjoyed to have you here. I'm also recording. My job is just to say hi and to point out the exits. So let me be your resident flight attendant. There's an exit behind you to your right. There's an exit behind you to your left. Everybody say hi to Joe. He's running our sound today. There is not an exit that way. There is an exit this way. That's my whole job, so I'm very happy. I would like to invite two of my favorite people to the stage now, Celeste and Reverend Katrina.
Are we going up? Okay, yeah, we're gonna go up. So hello everybody, and welcome to the first Out Montclair Trans Day of Visibility celebration. It's very exciting. My name is Celeste Fiore, Celeste Argentino Fiore, if we're giving full names, which we are today. We're being our full and authentic selves, bringing all of us here. My pronouns are they and them, and I am a proud, non-binary, trans-masculine human being who's also a lawyer here in the state of New Jersey. And I wanted to start off with a land acknowledgement. And I looked up how to pronounce the proper names in the land acknowledgement that I'm about to read, things like names and locations, but any mispronunciations or stumbles are due to my own slips of the tongue or inability to pronounce certain sounds correctly, not due to any inherent difficulty in the indigenous language itself. So the land upon which we gather is part of the traditional territory of the Lenni Lenape called Lenapehoking. The Lenape people lived in harmony with one another upon this territory for thousands of years. During the colonial era and early federal period, many were removed west and north, but some also remain among the continuing historical tribal communities of the region: the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Tribal Nation, the Ramapo Lenape Nation, and the Powhatan Lenape Nation, the Nanticoke of Millsboro, Delaware, and the Lenape of Cheswold, Delaware. We acknowledge the Lenni Lenape as the original people of this land and their continuing relationship with their territory. In our acknowledgement of the continued presence of Lenape people in their homeland, we affirm the aspiration of the great Lenape chief Tamanend that there be harmony between the indigenous people of this land and the descendants of the immigrants to this land, so long as the rivers and creeks flow and the sun, moon, and stars shine. Thank you. I also want to thank the church for the use of their space and for your time and energy and just generosity. Of course, the Out Montclair board, our executive director, our amazing staff, including Marie Cottrell, who is the event coordinator, director, mastermind of today's festivities, and her army of volunteers, volunteer coordinators, donors, our advisory board, just thank you. I'm truly glad to be part of this community. I am on the board of Out Montclair, and I'm also the founder and chair of the Trans Affirming Alliance, which is a Montclair-based 501c3 that provides or helps other community organizations provide affirming services for transgender people whom they are already serving. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to kind of kick this off, and I want to say thank you to Marina Carrera for encouraging the land acknowledgement after I shared that I wanted to speak about ancestry and lineage today. Marina's poetry collection, Tanto Tanto, helped guide me to a viewpoint from which to see queer love through first-generation culture, helping me navigate through my own trauma around queerness and the queer immigrant experience. I am literally second-generation queer, and perhaps raising a third generation of LGBTQ humans, but that's not my journey and not my story to tell. And although I'm still processing, what resonates the most with me in this moment in the celebration of Transgender Day of Visibility is the shared connection over feeling like an outsider even when you're on the inside, that you never quite feel fully part of any specific community, so that you're building networks and layers of love and light and people so that you are covered in the rainbow quilt of all the types of love we need and deserve: parental, familial, communal, and self. So recognizing that most of the people in this room do not have the benefit of transgender, non-binary, or gender non-conforming elders or other ancestors in their parental or familial unit, I will share with you some of the sweetness of having that energy, that kind of energy in your early life. So I didn't grow up with my biological father. From the time I was in a bassinet until the time I was about 8, I had a mama and an omi, a butch lesbian native Spanish-speaking Cuban immigrant, although I have no idea what her status was, who was my second parent from 1982 until about 1990-ish. She walked with such swagger and kept her hair cut short. So if you've ever heard that song Ring of Keys from Fun Home, that was Omi. So little tomboy, masculine presenting me who desperately wanted to keep running around with no shirt on after the age of 7 and wanted a short haircut and loved being mistaken for a boy. That little Celeste knew that they weren't a butch lesbian, despite what any bullies might say to the contrary. Recognizing that most of us in this room have not had the benefit of communal connections with transgender, non-binary, or gender non-conforming elders or other ancestors, I share with you some wisdom that has served me well and might help to serve some of you. In 1999-2000, I met an openly transgender person around my own age. He was a binary transgender man. I knew that I was not him, nor was I exactly like him. During that same period, I became involved in the reproductive rights movement, the reproductive justice movement, through some clinic defense, but primarily through acting in the vagina monologues. I did that during college, I did that during law school, and or at least after college, and I think I might have done it in law school, but I haven't done it for a number of years. But performing My Angry Vagina, if you're not familiar with the monologue, they helped me appreciate my body, despite it often being a source of sorrow and pain. I still knew I wasn't a woman. I also knew that bodily autonomy and consent are intimately connected to human liberation. As a legal professional in my early to mid-30s, I met 3 chronologically younger attorneys who are transgender and non-binary. I had been identifying as genderqueer, so that was kind of my label, but as soon as I heard transgender and non-binary, like that was the identity. That's what I was looking for, and I was meeting these people who were smashing down the boxes between the L, the G, the B, the T, and the Q. And now recognizing that most of us are works in progress and we are not really taught, especially my generation, too many skills on how to love ourselves, I thought I'd share with you some of the things that I'm using to sustain myself in these times. So taking the time to reflect on what makes you unique. I was exposed to such diversity of queer people that I was able to see possibilities and decide if that was the adult I wanted to grow up to be. You can decide which parts of your identity you like and which parts you don't. It's yours. Nobody else has to actually like it. Another shout out to the Queer Gym. It is I just have to give a big shout out to these wonderful BIPOC, fat positive, queers who are doing fully live Zoom workouts. And you can actually be in community with other queer people and go to a gym that is positive for our bodies. It has been life-affirming, life-changing. Check them out. I can't say enough about them. My polycule, my spouse, my co-parents, my kids, my dogs, and all of the other things I approach with intentionality and who teach me about unconditional love each and every day in all of its facets. And to you, the community and the next generation, look, this is all of you. I'm a person of non-binary and transgender experience, and I'm calling on all of our allies to speak up and call out transphobia and hatred wherever you are. And I want to also highlight a video put out by Them, Us, the magazine, and Teen Vogue. It's called Dear Trans Youth. Please, go online, share it. It's what we need to hear. If you can do one tangible thing for trans youth in your life, in your community, you will share this video. And finally, do things that make you happy. Wear the clothing that feels good on your body. Go by whatever name you want. Shave an iguana into your head and dye it green. Yes, I did this during the COVID pandemic. There are pictures. My family will attest to it. Y'all can do it. And if it doesn't make you any less of a valuable person, it didn't make me less of an attorney, it didn't make me less of a parent, it didn't make me less of a person. And look, we're all aspiring shapeshifters, says a young poet I know by the name of Phoenix. Go be your beautiful selves and show the world how it's done. So go out there today, learn all you can about how to affirm the transgender people in your life, to live your life to the fullest, and let's go show people what love actually looks like in all of its forms. Thanks.
Thank you, Celeste. So I'm Reverend Katrina Foreman. I'm one of the ministers here at Union Congregational Church. I just want to welcome you again to this place, this congregation, which is an open and affirming congregation of the United Church of Christ. We are delighted to be hosting the Trans Day of Visibility celebration, and a huge amount of gratitude to Out Montclair and all of the volunteers and people who have made this event possible. I won't say a whole lot more other than to say that whatever you believe, whatever beliefs you bring into this space, whatever religious belonging or non-belonging you have, I believe that what we are doing here today is holy work, because it is sacred for us to say and celebrate that all of the people of God are beloved. All of the people of God are holy and loved just as you are. So thank you all for being here. And without further ado, I want to introduce Peter Jacobellis, who's the executive director of Out Montclair and one of our council people, and a whole lot more. But thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I have to say, it's really hard for me to be in a church with a microphone and not break out into Sister Act. I'm going to try really, really hard not to do that. This is not a space today for cisgender white men, so I'm not going to take a lot of time and space. But I do just want to say what I've been thinking about a lot. I grew up in the movement, and throughout the movement, whether you go back to, I remember Barney Frank and the Human Rights campaigns with the Employment Non-Discrimination Act saying, we'll do trans people later. Let's get our rights first, and we'll handle trans people later. And that stuck with me, and I remember saying, absolutely not back then. Cisgender white gay men we've gotten our rights by and large. We've secured our rights. And when marriage happened in 2013, a lot of the organizations went away. And we got caught by surprise years later. Here we are in 2023, and we're finding this community under attack across the country, being used as political pawns across the country. Your lives being held up to stir controversy. And it's really sad, and it's disgusting, and it's alarming. And I'm here to say that I don't think we're the gay rights movement anymore. I think we're only the trans rights movement. And we need to all stand behind the trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming community. And so As a cisgender white male who's been in this movement for a long time, I just want to say that I'm here to support that. And that's why Out Montclair for 2023 has launched a comprehensive trans program that you see starting with this, with monthly trans teen programs, as well as a summit that we're going to be planning in the fall, all thanks to the incredible work of Marie Cottrell, who's in the back and being humble as always, but one of our full-time employees who's going to be leading this work. I also want to recognize an elected official from New Jersey who's going to be representing Montclair, hopefully after the next election, and thank you for being here, Assemblyman John McKeon, and showing your support. Means a lot to have you here. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Sandeep Iyer. Did I pronounce that right? Iyer? Head of the Division of Civil Rights for New Jersey. And I'm not a typical read bios person, but yours is particularly impressive for the places you've been at the times you've been. So I do want to read it if that's okay with you, because I want everybody to hear this. Not only do you lead the state agency charged with enforcing New Jersey's civil rights laws, but you previously served as Assistant Attorney General and Senior Counsel to Attorney General Matt Plotkin, a Montclair resident. In that capacity, he was the Attorney General's principal advisor on civil rights matters and coordinated department-wide civil rights initiatives. He also worked with the Office of the Solicitor General on appeals involving matters of constitutional law, statutory interpretation, civil rights, and criminal law. Prior to joining the Office of the Attorney General, he was the Senior Associate at Hogan Lovells US LLP. And this is one of the spaces in time that I'm just impressed that you were there and glad you were. During his time at the firm, he served as Special Attorney for the state of Minnesota in the prosecution of 4 former police officers charged in connection with the death of George Floyd. So thank you for that work. He was also part of the litigation team that obtained an injunction against President Trump's travel ban and defended that injunction before the US Supreme Court. So 2 key moments when we've addressed major issues of racism and intolerance in America over the last 6 years, he's been at the forefront of that movement, whether it was in Minnesota with George Floyd or it was in Washington, D.C., fighting against President Trump and the travel ban. And we all remember when President Trump tweeted that he was banning trans people from military service. Right? So we know what kind of a leader he was, or quote unquote leader. And Sandeep was also one of the lead attorneys for a group of 8 plaintiffs organizing and challenging President Trump's rescission of the Barriers National Monument in Utah, which is another just incredibly important issue, is protecting our open spaces. So thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for being here, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that unbelievably generous introduction. And thanks to Out Montclair for hosting this incredibly important day of celebration. And I want to emphasize that word, celebration. We're here to celebrate the innumerable contributions that trans, gender nonconforming, non-binary individuals make to our country and here in the state of New Jersey every single day. And I feel very fortunate that we have in our midst a number of those trailblazers. Folks like Celeste, who have done extraordinary work across the state, creating the Trans Affirming Alliance in order to protect the rights of trans folk across the state. But I also would be remiss if I didn't mention the context in which today's celebration is arising. And it's a moment across the country where we're seeing attacks on the trans community, on gender nonconforming individuals, on non-binary individuals. Just this year alone, this legislative session alone, across the country, there have been 430 different bills introduced seeking to cut back on the rights of trans folks, really across the country. And unfortunately, those bills take a number of different forms. Sometimes folks in other states are seeking to cut back on critical anti-discrimination protections that exist in the law. Sometimes they're trying to prevent trans folks, non-binary folks, from identifying themselves with their gender identity on state documents and state databases. And we all know what's happening across the country in public schools. where trans kids are subject to bullying, they're subject to attack, and there's a systematic state effort in many parts of the country to prevent the teaching of truth. Here in New Jersey, we're trying really hard to choose a different path. And I don't want to be unduly optimistic here. There is so much work for us to do as a state. We continue to see an increase in the number of bias incidents that happen, that target trans folks, LGBTQ folks more broadly. And we need to do way more to protect the trans community from discrimination. I have the privilege of leading the State Division on Civil Rights, which is the organization that enforces our law against discrimination. And the law against discrimination is one of the most powerful laws in the country because it protects against discrimination in employment, in housing, in places of public accommodation, which are any place open to the public. And it protects against discrimination, has, I'm proud to say, some of the strongest protections in the country against discrimination on the basis of gender, gender identity, and gender expression. And there are a couple of key initiatives that I just want to quickly highlight for you, and like I said, there's a lot more work to be done. But just last year, we discovered that a number of municipalities across the state were using marriage licensing forms that discriminated on the basis of gender identity. And we all know marriage equality has been the law now for a number of years. And it's not just gay marriage. Trans folks have exactly the same right to marriage. But some municipalities across the state were using forms that only gave people 2 gender options, and therefore force people to deliberately misgender themselves under oath on an application. And so we've been taking action on that in order to hold folks accountable, because it's incredibly important that our government makes available services on an equal basis, no matter your gender identity, no matter your gender expression. We're paying close attention to what's happening in our schools. Schools are places of public accommodation, and it's incredibly important that we have LGBTQ plus inclusive curricula, that we're able to teach truth to students across the state, and that when a school district puts up symbols that are reflective of equality, things like the pride flag, that folks are not using anti-discrimination rhetoric as a basis for trying to take those things down. They're incredibly important for communities across the state. And the last thing I want to highlight is employment, because this is something that affects people on a day-to-day basis in their lives. Employment is the way that we ultimately achieve equity in our society, and I think it's important to talk not just about equality, but about equity. We have the Equal Pay Act in New Jersey, which is the strongest statute, bar none, on pay discrimination. And that statute prevents discrimination in pay on the basis of gender identity and gender expression. And our protections under the law against discrimination mean that if, for example, you're being deliberately misgendered by your employer, that's a basis for liability under the law. And it's important that folks know that. The last thing I want to say here is that we, as a state agency, have an obligation to go out and find instances of discrimination where they're happening. And it's incredibly important for us to do that, regardless of whether or not someone has come in our door complaining about discrimination. Some folks may not know about the Division on Civil Rights and the resources it offers. And that's why at the division we're creating a new affirmative enforcement unit to tackle all kinds of discrimination, but we're especially focused on discrimination against the LGBTQ community, because here in New Jersey, we're choosing inclusivity, not to be exclusive. And I just want to highlight someone you're going to hear from later today, my colleague Iris Bromberg, who's a phenomenal resource and will tell you more about the protections that the law against discrimination will provide. If you do have a complaint, you can always come to us. Just go online to bias.njcivilrights.gov. It's
It's easy to file a complaint, but we also want you to know that whether or not you file a complaint with us, we care deeply about these issues and are committed to making sure that we make a fairer, stronger, and more equitable New Jersey together. So thanks so much for having me today. This is a really meaningful celebration, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you for being here. It really matters who we have in these positions, doesn't it? It's just something to think about. Now I get to introduce my friend Lauren. Lauren Albrecht, warrior, for sure. Professionally, Lauren is a full-time healthcare finance data analyst at AM Outsource vendor. On a consultant basis, she is proudly a lobbyist for Garden State Equality, New Jersey's largest LGBTQ+ rights organization. She is the chairperson of a statewide LGBTQ+ political organization and active in local and statewide civics and advocacy as relevant to New Jersey's LGBTQ+ community. Lauren lives in Wall Township with her family and her dog Shelby, who I've seen on social media, where she also holds the position of Democratic Municipal Chair. In her free time, which I could assure you she does not have much of, you can find her running trails with Shelby, enjoying the beach and live music, spending time with her family and friends, and particularly her niece, Leonora, reading historical fiction and nonfiction, watching true crime and paranormal shows, and knocking on doors, and raising funds for LGBTQ+ candidates all over the state. And I have to say from firsthand experience, Lauren is all over the state. I don't know how you do it. I think you have a time machine, but we appreciate you and all of your advocacy that you display for us. Thank you so much. Welcome.
I'm no Peter or Sandeep, so I need a mic stand and my notes because I'm a prepared person. All right, hi friends. So I'm Lauren Albrecht. My pronouns are she, her. I'm the chair of the New Jersey LGBTQ Democrats, and I also serve as Garden State Equality's government affairs agent. I also hate cameras. I want to thank Out Montclair for offering me this opportunity to speak with you about what's happening legislatively and politically concerning LGBTQ rights in New Jersey. It's my honor to do so, and I take these responsibilities very seriously. I also want to tell you that if you're here, I love you, and I'm happy to be here with you. And I'm honored to share a space with you because, as Peter said, it's a privilege to be a cis person in this space, and again, not something I take lightly, so I hope I do it justice. I hold great reverence for those in our community who, as Celeste so eloquently stated, are breaking down the boxes between the L, the G, the B, the T, and the Q. So I want to recognize and hold space for the fact that these are fraught and nerve-wracking times, right, particularly for our family of transgender and non-binary experience. It's daunting to read the news, to be inundated every single day. So I hope we're all taking care to discern what is a scholarly and reputable source and what is not designed to stoke fear and furor. So I hope we're all being gentle with ourselves about what we're consuming and how we're reading it and how we're taking it in and processing it, because there's a lot out there. In the 2022-2023 legislative session in New Jersey legislature, there have been 6 bills introduced that I would consider to be anti-LGBTQ, 4 of which are specifically targeted at our trans community. For some context, most of these bills were introduced at the beginning of the legislation session in 2022 and have not moved past introduction. I'm fairly confident that these bills will not be heard in committee or put up for vote due to the current makeup of our legislature, which includes our ally, as Peter pointed out, Assemblyman McKeon, who shows up and goes to bat every time, and there are many other members of our legislature who do the same. When the current legislative session ends at the end of 2023, these bills will expire, and if their sponsors are still committed to the cause of stoking bigoted rhetoric, they will need to be introduced in the 2024 session, which will be incumbent on their sponsors to be reelected first. So our legislature is up for reelection in November. This is important, put that in your head. It's not all bad news. There are presently 2 bills in the legislature that are designed specifically to protect the rights and bodily autonomy of our trans and non-binary community, their guardians, and their medical providers, which is key. As the legislature does tend to move at its own pace, in the interim, we've been in communication with the governor regarding an executive order. We're providing information and facts to help render that decision, and we're hoping for an executive order along the lines of the ones passed in Minnesota by Tim Walz, but expanding upon several points. Which brings me to my next point. We're in a church, this is a charity, but, and I'm never, even though I'm the chair of a statewide political organization, I'm still never comfortable talking about politics in a room full of people I don't know, and I've been doing this for 10 years. It's a fraught discussion, and I'm not here to stump for any particular candidate or political party, kind of. But what I will tell you is the hard fact is that it is dependent upon maintaining or increasing the Democratic majority in the legislature over the next 2 cycles that these laws do not move into committee and pass for a vote. I hope everybody realizes this. It is really important. I gotta tell you, I have a program that shows me if you vote or not, and I am horrified and flabbergasted by the amount of our community that just does not vote. Just does not vote. Has not voted once in the 20 years since they've been registered, or whatever, voted once in 2016. Every single time, it matters. And this brings me to my next point. I want to bring some information to your attention that you may or may not be aware of. I am acutely aware of it all the time, and many other people in this room are, but I think it bears repeating every time I have a microphone. If LGBTQ people make up 6 to 12% of the total population, equal representation would be 6 to 12% of our legislative seats. Our 120 legislative seats in the state of New Jersey being held by LGBTQ people, that would be 7 to 14 members of legislature. Raise your hand if you know how many we have. It's 1. It's 1. There is also a bright side to this. In New Jersey, LGBTQ people are running for office in record-breaking numbers, matching the national tone or outpacing the national tone. 3 LGBTQ women are running for legislature right now. 1 is a woman of transgender experience. 3 LGBTQ people are running for county commissioner right now, which is the highest ranking county level seat, 1 of whom is a woman of transgender experience. These numbers are unprecedented and a rightful response to the current climate, and these are the things that give me hope every day. I hope that this little bit of information that I have will do the same for you, and I hope you'll reach out if you have any further questions. And that's all I got. Do I give it to you or to Shannon? Peter can probably walk around with a microphone. I can't think and do that.
We could do Sister Act. I mean, that's still on the table. Now I want to introduce Simone Krause. Simone is a woman of trans experience and is the co-founder and president of Homeward Sussex. Simone is a former vice president of the Traversity Pride Center in Milford, PA, and also served as advisor for season 3, episode 4, Sussex, New Jersey, of the HBO series We Are Here, as well as a guest host for Traversity Talks. Recently, she also served as a panelist at the Gender Equality New York 2022 conference. Welcome, Simone.
Thank you very much, Peter. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me be here. And I want to thank everybody that put this whole Transgender Day of Visibility together. The team came together, and literally in 8 weeks, we did this. 8 weeks. I have never met a more impressive group of people in my life. I live all the way out in Sussex County, and believe me, I'm coming down here all the time to help. Before we get going, I just want to do a quick little thank you. I want to thank everyone who's attending here today. And I know these are scary times for the transgender community, but what they don't realize is that two-spirited, gender nonconforming people have been historically recorded for the last 4,000 years. And we're still here. So look around. It does take a village, and this is a village. So right now, let me just get ready to introduce the healthcare panel. Moderating our healthcare panel is Celeste Fiore, out Montclair board member and founder and chair of a Trans-Affirming Alliance. We have panelist Dr. Jonathan Keith, East Coast Advanced Plastic Surgery, which I had the honor of finally meeting. Jennifer Biddy, Jefferson Health Branch, which I also just met today. This has been great coming down here and meeting idols and people that I've been reading about. So if I'm a little starstruck, please understand. One of my dearest friends, Marissa Paluzzo from Browsing Around Cosmetics and Paramedical Tattooing, who has done so much for me. I'm on the panel. Chris Budin and Jamelia Smith, Garden State Equality's Affirming Healthcare Map. So if you'd like to come up and take the stage, and then we'll get started. I guess I was wondering that. They missed.
Joe, can you turn my mic on? So hi. As anybody knows, nothing on TV even happens without a glitch, and we're in real life, like IRL right here. So I wanted to take this moment and introduce Shannon Cuttle, who is going to be taking and giving us a few words. I don't have your bio, so I'm just going to actually talk about Shannon and just what I know about Shannon, which is that if you want something done in the educational setting involving LGBTQ people, the person to talk to is Shannon Cuttle. And if somebody tells you that you should talk to somebody different, you should say, oh, that's great. Why don't you write that person's name down for me, and then I'm going to write down Shannon Cuttle's name for you, and then we can exchange, and then we'll just meet somewhere in the middle, and we'll all get together for coffee. So without further ado, Shannon, can you please come up here, take the mic, and speak your truth, what you want to say. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Smith. Yeah, it's all good. Are all a work in progress, and I'm just glad that we have space here for community. So can we just give a clap for that? Because that's important. Because, I'm okay with not speaking, but at the same time, I'm just glad to have the opportunity. Thank you, Out Montclair and Peter and all those involved. So my name is Shannon Cuttle. My pronouns are they and them. And I am an educator of over 20 years of experience. So I've been in the classroom, I've been a school principal, and I also have worked in education policy and advocacy. So I have a lot of those different experiences and wear a lot of different hats. And one of the other hats I wore, had the privilege to, in 2018, I became the first transgender person elected in the state of New Jersey when I won my South Orange Maplewood Board of Education office. Where I served on the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education as first vice president, then got elected by my peers in Essex County school board members to become their first vice president of the Essex County School Board Association, then also had the honor to serve being elected by my Essex County peers to statewide office to serve on the New Jersey School Board Association as the representative from Essex County and being the first LGBTQ plus person to do so, representing us on the state level. And I say that not because I want my titles out there, I say that because visibility matters, representation matters, right? It can save lives and it can change lives. And it's up to each and every one of us to empower the next generation and lift up and take those with us so we can continue the cycle of creating change. Because at the end of the day, the next generation of our leaders are going to be the ones that are going to take over for us, and we need to support them and empower them now because they are our next leaders, not just in our community, but the halls of Congress, a local school board, volunteering on boards and commissions, on our county levels, statewide levels, and in the halls of the White House. So as we're talking about these moments here in celebration and the need to speak up and speak out and be able to lift up these types of conversations for our allies to hear, and how we work to empower and build these intersectional, I'm gonna pause there and really strengthen that, intersectional moments, right? Where we have these conversations to come together, because we need to have a seat at every single table, everywhere, to make sure that we're being thoughtful and mindful to have these conversations to support transgender and non-binary plus persons everywhere, full stop. Now, one of the things I want to talk about today is what's happening with our schools, right? Schools and communities. We know that trans students, our non-binary students, are not doing okay right now. But I want to give us hope, because hope is resilient, and that's what we need to use to empower youth right now. We need to give them hope. We need to give them messages of encouragement. We need to say that they matter, they are not alone, they are loved, and they belong here. And when we're talking about schools, we also need to talk about climate and culture, how we're creating welcoming, inclusive, safe schools and spaces for all students, not just in the classroom, not just in the library, but across all, going from the hallways of the classroom to the streets that they walk every single day, across collective communities. It is so important. It is all connected. And our students need us now more than ever, because what's happening when we're seeing across the country, and yes, here, even in the state of New Jersey, and yes, even in my progressive, beloved Maplewood Township and South Orange, we are seeing pushback against openly inclusive curriculum, pushback against being able to be supportive of our transgender, non-binary students and families. And we need allies to join us to speak up. We need allies to join us and talk to their neighbors, their family, their friends, not just with a meme on Facebook, though that's helpful, right? But move it offline as well. Be able to join us in solidarity. Be able to speak out at school board meetings in support of inclusive curriculum. Be able to come and join us and stand with us to show that visibility, which is so important as we speak our truth to selves. In our schools right now, we see that boards of education are facing challenges and are under attack by outside groups that are coming in, mostly not even part of our collective communities, to try to dismantle, to try to take down, to try to censor and silence inclusive curriculums, books, and materials, to remove our trans and pride flags, to remove our safe space signs and stickers. This is not about anything about protecting children. This is nothing about a moral panic. A moral panic that is spread to make disinformation and misinformation that is only trying to gain political gain, to tear communities apart, to split information. Right now, I'm going to give you another call to action. Lauren talked about some of the bills on the state level, but there's even something that's happening with our State Board of Education right now. Our State Board of Education here in New Jersey, in January of 2023, decided that they were introducing to update the Access and Equity in Education Code policy in the state of New Jersey. It is a critical policy that affirms the rights of all students in New Jersey, that school districts and school boards must follow and be affirming. It's simple. They just want to expand our very inclusive language that we already have and just add sexual orientation and gender identity. Well, the State Board of Education has been coming under attack by folks and outside groups that don't want to see that inclusive language added. You have until May to be able to do and send public comment to the State Board of Education, the New Jersey State Board of Education, to tell them you want to affirm their Access and Equity Code policy. That we as New Jersey, we stand for trans and non-binary youth. We stand for BIPOC youth. We stand for LGBT youth. We stand for all of our youth. Because we know when we create inclusive policies inside and outside of our classrooms, when we have inclusive Board of Education policies, and I just want to do a plug right now for my South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. We have one of the strongest transgender non-binary Board of Ed policies in the state of New Jersey. That it matters for all students. All of these inclusive policies, inclusive materials, when we create welcoming, safe schools and spaces, it is not just for some students, it is for all students. And it impacts and it saves lives every single day. And just one more thing is that we all have a part to play. We all have a part to play to make sure all of our students feel safe and welcomed. We all have a part to play, all of us. Whether you have children, whether you have guardianship, whether you have a special person in your life that you mentor or you have special relationship with, it is on all of us in this room and beyond to ensure that all of our students feel safe and welcomed in our classrooms, in our communities. All of us. And our students need us. Our students need us more than ever so they can be their best selves. So they can grow into being the next leaders, so they can be the next adults that are in this room, on this stage, and holding office, because they are the ones that are going to be changing the future for us every single day. And the last thing I did want to say to you all is that if you are a young person here today, if you are a young person watching somewhere, to hear this message, that we see you, that we hear you. You are not alone. You belong here, we support you, and we will stand with you. Thank you.
So now we can get the health panel going. So with Celeste, if she'll come up. Celeste Fleury, out Montclair board member and founding chair of Trans Affirmative Alliance, and the panelists, Dr. Jonathan Keith, Jennifer Biddy, Marissa Palizzo, I'm up here, Chris Budin, and Jamila Smith. Please. Yeah, I guess
Please come up and sit wherever you feel comfortable, except for that chair. It's fine. Fine. Wherever, there's one in between. Jamila, why are you sitting all the way over there? Come over here. Come sit in the center. Okay. Yeah. Oh, someone's sitting. So feel free, I understand that we've been sitting here for a couple of moments. If you have to get up and use the bathroom or do whatever it is that you need to do, please, please, please do so. Hopefully you can hear us out in the hallway anyway. So I just want to start off by thanking all of these amazing panelists, and their bios can be found in pretty much all of the materials that you have. You can Google them. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about them, but what I do want to do is just lay out some of the fundamental principles upon which this presentation is based. So this is not a presentation that is going to explain, justify, or delve into these points, except to note them here. This is not a program that's designed to give scientific support for the existence of transgender people, but rather practical connections to affirming providers of healthcare to transgender and non-binary people, and tips on how to improve the quality of healthcare that you receive. So, 5 things. Only you can determine your gender. If you identify as transgender, you are transgender. That is a principle upon which this panel is built. 2, there may be structural barriers such as letters of medical necessity, diagnostic codes provided, or medical documentation of gender dysphoria in order to access certain health care, but this does not mean that the barriers are valid or necessary. 3, transition is not a one-way ticket on a mandatory medical railroad with the only stop being an idealized or fetishized form of the binary sex other than the one assigned at birth. 4, biology is not as simple as XXXY, chromosomal binary sex opposites. For a multitude of reasons, there is variance in human sexual development. Intersex people exist and may or may not identify as transgender. 5, finally, in order to love unconditionally, you must love transgender people. So take those are the principles upon which it's built. Our presenters are each going to talk for probably 4 or 5 minutes about the services that they provide, what they do, and their approaches to affirming healthcare. And then we're going to have some other community folks kind of share their experience. So hopefully there are tips and tricks that you can pull from them. And then finally, at the end, we'll have some time for questions. The length of this panel is about 40 minutes, so if you find yourself needing to get up, come in, come out, obviously not a problem, not an issue. So without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Jennifer and allow her to introduce herself. I will say that my personal experience with her is that she helped to reorient my gender journey back in the direction in which I wanted to take it. So to the extent that she can share some of that magic and how she practices with all of you, it would be greatly appreciated.
I think you did that yourself. I just helped, but. Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Jennifer Biddy. I am a nurse practitioner from South Jersey. So I'm located kind of near Cherry Hill. I'm in Haddonfield, New Jersey. I am trans myself. My pronouns are she and her. And I am the medical director of Jefferson University Healthcare System's LGBTQIA+ primary care clinic.
Wait, I'm sorry, can you say that again one more time? Did you say that there was an LGBTQ health primary clinic somewhere in New Jersey?
There is. It's about an hour and a half away, but that's okay.
Okay, all right, it's still here.
We do 100% telemed if anyone's interested in that too. So, but yeah, so it's an LGBTQIA+ primary care clinic. We do all primary care, but we like to focus and specialize in gender affirming care, PrEP, HIV management, behavioral health, nutrition, and infectious disease. That's the other one. We're also adding new services all the time. Yeah, so my approach to gender affirming care, is rooted in my own journey with my gender, but specifically, I really had a hard time seeking it out. There's not a lot of places that offer the kind of care that I wanted to provide. Prior to working in LGBTQIA+ primary care, I worked in plastics and reconstruction, no offense. I loved it though. But I really wanted to help my own community, and that's what I really wanted to do, and had to kind of knock on a bunch of doors and finally got the opportunity to do it, and I've been doing it now for 2 years. My approach to care, if anyone's interested in seeking out gender affirming care with me, is you're really in the driver's seat of your care. I feel that some providers like to tell you we need this level to be this and this level to be this. I don't need any level to be anything except your affirmation and comfort with yourself to be what you want it to be, and that's what we shoot for in the goals that we set with you.
Thank you. And can you maybe share 1 or 2 ways in which you have intentionally made your practice more affirming for trans and non-binary people?
Sure. So one thing that we noticed in South Jersey is there's a lot of acceptance for trans people, but a lot of the patients that I was meeting were closeted for a very long time and had just recently either come out or just recently come to understand their gender identity, and they felt very isolated in that. So we did start a transgender support group that meets once a month. It was really amazing to see. I have 2 individuals in that group where one is in her 70s and one is in her late 60s, and they had never met a trans person before meeting me in the clinic to get started. So now they're best friends and are hanging out all the time, and it's so silly that that's the most wonderful thing that I've experienced in my career, but that really has, bringing those 2 together.
I think that's actually the definition of trans joy. So thank you for that amazing example. And then I want to, you mentioned plastics and some surgical interventions or surgical procedures that trans folk or non-binary people might want to engage in. Dr. Keith, thank you so much for being here with us. I will turn it over to you to...
Great. Can you hear me up?
Nope.
I'll try that one. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me here. And I'm really excited to share our experiences here building a true all-encompassing gender-affirming surgical program here in New Jersey. As was stated, that's my focus. I'm a gender-affirming surgeon, plastic surgeon by training. I did my fellowship training in Belgium under Stan Montclair a decade ago, over 11 years ago, to learn some of these techniques that I brought to New Jersey when I first took my job at Rutgers. While I was there, we developed a program called the Rutgers Center for Transgender Health, and that was the first all-encompassing program in New Jersey looking at taking care of the transgender and gender-diverse population of New Jersey and beyond to help create a safe space to offer surgery, not just masculinizing top surgery or facial surgery, but all forms of surgery, including vaginoplasty, phalloplasty, metoidioplasty, all the genital procedures that you really need a big team to create a space to do this well. So we've been doing those surgeries for a while now in New Jersey, and we've been able to create a very, I think, a center of excellence that started at Rutgers, and I transitioned into private practice about 4 years ago. My team over here, right in the corner, I have other surgeons involved. Dr. Viviano, Dr. Morano is coming on board next year. We have Jill and Kate, and I even have some other patients in the audience here, so it's really exciting to have everybody here. I think how I got started in this, I think you had mentioned, it's a little bit sensitive for me in a way because it's a little bit painful. When I was a medical student, this was 18, 19 years ago, I got the opportunity to work with someone that I very much respected. His name was Bill Futrell, and he was the chair of plastic surgery at the time. Actually, he was not the chair anymore. He had gotten fired. And one of the reasons he had gotten fired was for operating on transgender patients in Pittsburgh. He used to bring the patients in when the chair of surgery was out of town to operate on them secretly. And one day the chair missed his flight, came back to the office and found a whole office full of transgender patients, said, "What the?" and fired him for that and a few other reasons. So he went on to become a professor emeritus, and he still operated, and I got the opportunity to experience what it was like to take care of a transgender patient and witness my first vaginoplasty, and that was 2005. And I found it to be miraculous, for lack of a better word. It was a perfect marriage of art, which my mother was an artist, and science. My father was a scientist. And I found a way to kind of marry these two ideals and at the same time help people in a way that I never got to see as a medical student. I found it very powerful. The reason it's a little bit painful is that I took that excitement and I put it into giving a grand rounds. So in medical school, when you're auditioning to become a resident, which is your entire career, you put together all these pictures and all this information, you do the research, and you put it together into a story, and you tell this story to your colleagues, your future colleagues. And in this instance, it was about a room a little smaller than this, but about 50 or so old white men. And I presented my story of doing the surgery and how the history of it, and I was very excited about it. And when I was done, very proud of myself that look what I showed, it was crickets. Nobody really cared. And in fact, the only comment that day was, "Wow, John, that's a lot for 7 a.m.
Oh.
So I took that excitement and I buried it way down where sun couldn't shine on it until I got my fellowship position about 7 years later, and I was able to go to Belgium. This was before a lot of this surgery was happening in America. It was not covered by insurance. And so I was able to go there and kind of rekindle some of that excitement. When I brought some of that back to New Jersey as my first job, it kind of organically grew, and then at the same time, the Affordable Care Act happened. And that allowed us to offer more. It opened the access for patients, and it's just been growing like wildfire since, and hence we have a big team and we're trying to take care of people. Long story short.
No, that's perfect. And I heard you mention the Affordable Care Act. I mean, so when you say that, do you mean just people having access to health insurance in general, or were there particular provisions of the Affordable Care Act that made it easier for trans and non-binary people to access gender-affirming care?
Yeah, it's a great question. So yes to both. It's allowing people that did not have resources to access care beyond just gender-affirming specific care, but also what it did was CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, changed the definition of what it meant for gender-affirming care to be from experimental to covered. And that coverage decision has changed how it looks across the nation in terms of private insurance as well as Medicaid and state-funded insurances as well. And that has allowed patients to access care at record levels. And what we see when we look at the American Society of Plastic Surgeons statistics, year over year, we're seeing 100%, 300% increases in the amount of procedures being performed by our member surgeons. And just a little shout out, we started last year the Society of Gender Surgeons, and I'm the first secretary treasurer, a founding officer of this. And it's a, thank you.
No, that's good.
And it's a charity, or it's actually nonprofit. We are going to accept donations. It's an advocacy organization specific to surgeons to help find ways for surgeons to meet together, find safe spaces to talk about this type of procedures, and to improve outcomes for our patients.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, that's a lot of information that I certainly didn't know before we started talking to one another. And I know that Simone will probably touch on some coverage issues, you know, if she decides to go there. But before we go there, I want to kick this over to Marissa, because I have to say that I was so excited to know that you existed and that you were out there. So, you know, I don't want to build up the suspense too much. So can you please kind of share, you know, your story, what you bring to the panel, and your approach?
Okay. Perfect. My name is Marissa. My pronouns are she, her, and it is a privilege to be here as an ally, so thank you for having me. I am a cosmetic and paramedical tattoo artist, and I do gender-affirming tattooing, so that it falls into two different categories, cosmetic and paramedical, so I'll get into the paramedical side of it first. So paramedical tattooing is more so considered restorative tattooing. I work with scars and skin grafts, and any type of surgical scar, we can blend it and camouflage it so it matches your skin tone. And I also do areola restoration, which I can create an areola from scratch, or I can, I could alter the color, size, and the shape of the existing areola nipple to fit whatever you would like. And then in paramedical as well, we can create belly buttons, toenails, pretty much anything can come to life. And then when I was trained in paramedical tattooing, the focus was heavily on breast cancer survivors, which is absolutely amazing, but I knew that there was a large group of people that were being overlooked, which is the transgender, non-binary, and non-gender conforming group of people. So I had reached out to Triversity Pride Center in Milford, which is how I met Simone. And then, so I will go into cosmetic tattooing. So with cosmetic tattooing, we could do eyeliner, lip blush, brows, scalp micropigmentation. So brows, they totally alter your face. We can make them either more feminine, more masculine, or more androgynous, pretty much whatever you would like. And with eyeliner and lip blush, it kind of just enhances your appearance to, you know, make you look made up every day, ready to go. And then with scalp micropigmentation, we create little hair, almost hair follicle looking dots to either fill in thinning hair, balding, or receding hairlines, just to give you a more dense look. And what else? That's really it. Like, this can be used as a tool to aid you through your transition and your journey. And I just want to make people feel more comfortable with themselves when they look in the mirror every day. And if I can do that, then I know that I'm doing my job as a provider.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I think maybe you can, yeah, thank you. And so then you might be wondering, okay, how the heck am I supposed to find these types of services? Like, okay, it's great we're sitting here on this panel. Thank you to Al Montclair, and thank you all for being here. So I think that is the perfect segue to introduce Jamila from Garden State Equality to talk about what you were here to talk about. You're on.
I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to paint this narrative all week. So my name is Sheila Smith. I'm one of the project managers and trainers at Garden State Equality. I manage our health and wellness work and our DEI work, so doing part training for medical providers, for educators, et cetera, et cetera. And from that trainings and all of the data and all of the things that we know, we kind of realized health gaps for LGBTQ patients and some of the barriers to care, right? So transportation access, knowledge of competent doctors, access to doctors that are culturally competent in the LGBTQ community, poverty and other assessments and things and factors that influence people's barriers to care. And so we noticed some of the discrepancies, and we also noticed that a lot of folks who live in New Jersey who identify as LGBTQ would be going to either New York or Philly to get services, and we know that if you're in critical need of care, access is really, really important. So from amazing providers like you two on the panel, we noticed that we wanted to gather the providers that are out there who are providing affirming care for patients, and put that in a directory so that's quickly accessible to people who are looking to find care. So our role and what we've created at Garden State Equality is our Affirming Healthcare Map, which is a directory online that people can access if they're looking for literally anything. We have about 36 specialties on the site so far. We have 146 providers listed currently, and they have the option of finding a provider that they're looking for in their area. So if they're in Newark, if they're in Maplewood, if they're in South Jersey, et cetera, they're able to locate and find someone that they can seek out care from quickly and accessibly, in a nutshell. I'm telling you yes.
You telling me.
I'm telling you yes.
You're telling me that there is something online on your phone that you can search for affirming providers in New Jersey.
That's absolutely
How
correct.
do we find this?
Okay, so if you want to find and access this, you can go to gardenstateequality.org/map, where you'll be able to access the map, and that is how you get on there.
All right. And so, this is a relatively new launch, right?
Yes, we launched in January.
Okay.
2023.
Okay. So we're assuming that the list is going to grow and it's going to expand, and the functionality of this is just going to take off, right? Awesome. Perfect. I will say that Jamila has been at pretty much every event that I have seen, or that I believe exists for Trans Day of Visibility, or celebration. So thank you so much for being here. I know how exhausting this work can be. And so thank you so much for creating this tool. And I want to give some space to our non-professional panelists, who are professionals in their own right, to share whatever experiences they want to about their healthcare journey, or even some things that, as trans people, they would like to see from their medical providers or other healthcare professionals. So whoever wants to. Okay.
Okay, is this on, or?
Yeah, give the one.
Take that one. Once again, always bailing me out. Okay, sometimes I find it's easier if I tell my story to really explain everything that goes on. So when I was 5, I knew I was different. At 9, I knew I was a girl. It was 1966, and Dr. Harry Benjamin's book, The Transsexual Phenomena, was just released. The first medical textbook to state that we should be changing the body to match the mind, not the other way around. When I told my doctor when I was 15 in 1972 that I should have been born a girl, he leaned in and told me, "Don't ever tell anyone that. They put people away for talking like that." I never told another soul for 41 years. I attempted suicide 1 month short of my 21st birthday, driven to it by the incongruence between my body and my gender identity. I came out to my wife in 2013. Living with gender dysphoria is literally mental torture each and every day of my existence. The barriers I had to overcome, from educating my healthcare providers about being trans to the struggles I encountered when I became permanently disabled at age 63, I ended up on Medicare. 77% of transgender people on Medicare are under the age of 65 and disabled, and many times financially not able to afford another insurance policy. So trying to navigate the transgender healthcare system and the amount of doctors that unfortunately can't accept it because there's no reimbursement level for it was challenging, to say the least. But you have to develop and never take no as an acceptable answer. You must always have to push forward because you're going to be advocating for yourself. There are transgender navigators that can help you, but when it comes down to it, it's going to be you pushing on those doors to force them open to get what you need. And I was blessed. I found a surgeon who accepted my Medicare, and she knew that the reimbursement from it was almost zero. And she said to me, I want to do your surgery so you can live the rest of your life in peace. She did my surgery, made my dysphoria disappear like blowing out a candle, and I'm eternally indebted for her kindness. She is the reason I am up here today and advocating for others and the pain they live in daily. It was her that changed my life, allowed me to have this peace. And now I'm the advocate, and I'm going to speak out for everybody, and especially the trans youth, so they do not have to put up with the pain and the struggles that I went through. And that's what trans elders do. Trans elders, when you transition after the age of 35, within 2 years, you lose 80% of your support network. Oh, thank you very much. Your family, your friends, you lose it all. I was the martial arts instructor for 25 years. 10 months after I transitioned, I got kicked out of the dojo I was in, solely for transitioning. So there's lots of obstacles we have. A lot of times, I was being interviewed for a TV show, and they said, oh, could you bring one of your, another trans woman with you? And I said, well, no. They said, oh, why, don't you know anybody? I said, no, most of us, once we get to a level, we disappear and blend into the fabric of society. And this is why young trans youth think they're alone. They don't see us. They don't see. The only ones they see are people that are on TV. They don't see the everyday person that has gotten to that point, blended into society, and they have every right to stay there. But there's some of us that are a little stubborn, like me, retired, don't like to take no for an answer, and I'm going to stand up for them. I want them to know that they're not alone. And I work with organizations like coming down here, because it takes a village. And it's that generation, these young children, the trans youth, let's just allow them to be able to become responsible, productive, happy adults and not have to live every day of their life in pain. Okay, thank you.
So I guess I'm up next. My name is Chris Budin. My pronouns are he, him. And I'm really grateful to be here on the stage with y'all. Some of my favorite people are on the stage. Some of the rest of my favorite people are right in the front row and kind of scattered throughout this whole room. And I'd like to share a little bit of my story, my transition journey, and the importance of having affirmative and inclusive healthcare and healthcare providers. So also thank you all. So I work for a global food company. I'm in research and development, so this is my day job. I'm fortunate enough to be for a company that has supported my coming out. I've been there for 8 years. I came out at 36, so I'm like right over that age, Simone, and immediately thought I was going to be fired. Instead, I was pointed to my employee resource group, or LGBTQ plus affirming group called Rainbow Council, and they immediately embraced me, sent me to HR, and said, hey, these are your benefits. This is what our health insurance provides, and we intentionally chose a provider that will cover gender confirmation and hormone replacement surgeries, therapies. So that was the start of my journey. I wasn't sure because as a transgender folk, it's not everyone's process to go through medical surgery or even hormone replacement therapies. It's kind of we all find our unique identity, and that's perfectly okay, and which is the beautiful part of our community is that it's so diverse. So I wasn't sure at the time. I knew I had the insurance, And I was also walking down this road that was like unfolding as I was walking it. I had no idea kind of where I was going to lean out, but it was nice to have the acceptance from the start. So I initially went hormone replacement therapy. I found it a little bit challenging to find. So there's like a certain rule or guide in New Jersey where you have to go through a therapist and go through this almost like a vetting process to make sure, like I was feeling like I was trans enough, but you have to actually get that confirmed and you have to have a letter before, you know, you can either, at that time it was start hormone therapy, but then also for the part of my journey that was next would be having top surgery and then some other confirmation surgeries along the way. I was grateful to be introduced to RWJ Barnabas. I also want to say, through the advocacy work that I've done at my company, leading an employee resource group for the last 4 years, and it is a global company, and we have one of our lab headquarters is based out of New Jersey, so I was able to really get affiliated with the local social justice organizations, particularly Garden State Equality, and I'm so grateful for this relationship, and as we've built it over the years, I've been now fortunate to be appointed to their 501c3 board of directors. So through that, we have even more of a community, and it's something that, like Simone was saying, building safe spaces and community work together in all of this advocacy work, especially for trans issues, is you know, a first. And I'm honored and grateful to be in the leadership of what that looks like for the state of New Jersey, to be here today to advocate for folks, to be visible, to be a leader in this space for the younger people who are coming out and not sure if they have trans mentors who have done this and gone through it and can help to like lead these policy initiatives and to support like the up and coming struggles that we know that are happening with like all of these anti-trans bills around the nation, knowing that our rights, even though we have them currently in New Jersey as a very progressive state with these issues, it's never a guarantee. And this is why we need to continuously show up and tell our stories and say, you know, hey, we're normal people. This is a part of my identity, but it's not my entire identity. So I served in the US Air Force. I was honorably discharged. I was a medic. I served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And, you know, it's like going through like years of my life having to hide who I was. You get to a place where, yeah, it's mentally tolling, it's mentally taxing, and then you get to a point where you don't even know if you can be there and show up the next day. And like for me, that was the deciding factor of how important it was to come out, because it's not a good feeling and not a good place to be where you can't live as your authentic self. So I'm, you know, just grateful to be a part of all of this and to help, you know, build community and network and safe space. And of course, like the folks here in the audience, you know, if you all ever need to reach out or you need resources or support, I know this inclusive affirming healthcare map is like a fabulous tool and resource. I found out yesterday that Governor Murphy's office just rolled out the transgendernewjersey.gov resource as well. So that's, you know, another. It's like we can't have too many of these places. It's like we're all working together to build this, and it's not like stepping on each other's toes. It's actually amplifying the community voice. So thank you, Celeste. It's fabulous to have met you, like, and worked with you in this, like, you know, like building in the steering committee for this event. I'm so grateful, and I hope that we can continue on these discussions because they're needed and powerful, and I don't think we hear them enough. So thank you for listening and letting me share.
Absolutely. So we have a couple of minutes. If anybody has questions, there's.
Can I chime in?
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
absolutely. Of course you can.
Just building off of what Chris said. So just a tidbit for when people are accessing the map, right? So alongside the directory in itself, when you go to the bottom of the map, there are options for patient and like provider engagement, right? So if you are somebody in the audience who, for example, knows a provider that's very affirming and is not listed, you can actually submit and like recommend providers to be added on there. We're still working on our criteria and really trying to refine that so that process is taking a time, but we're getting there. But there are options for engagement, so it's not just this is what we know, because we don't know everything. We also want community people to be a part of this as well, to help us really build out this map, because the providers listed, it's enough, but we want that to continue to grow. And if we don't know people who are out there that should be on there, we want to get them on there. So this is a community job, not just us. So yeah, we invite you to help us as much as we help you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it just goes back to the fact that the trans community has always been a word of mouth community and how to access and find those safe spaces. So thank you for formalizing that for the digital age so that we don't have to just keep texting one another. And I want to be aware of the fact that there might be some questions or comments, and if you would like to, Kim's over there waggling and waving by the microphone. And you know, if not, then we can break and everybody can get some beverages before the start of our next panel. Anybody have any final words that you want to share? Because we have the space. No?
I just want to thank Marissa for all the work that she has done for me.
Yeah, you're on the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think this hair might look good, but it's not mine. Okay, so
No, it's yours. You bought it.
By what she has done for me with the medical tattooing, when I look in the mirror, I see that girl there, hair or not. It was life-changing for me, literally life-changing, so that when I would look in the mirror, I could see, there she is. And she did that for me. So, thank you. Thank you.
One question?
I just want to say thank you so much. As a cis woman, my name is Jillian. My pronouns are she and her. And I'm the mom of a 19-year-old transgender daughter, so thank you. And my question is, through medical transition, how do we know what kind of specialty doctors, once some of the general transitions are when you add hormones and, you know, like, is there breast exams that are needed, and is there other specialty doctors to look for things that, say, a primary care doctor that wouldn't look for when they're treating a cisgender person? Like, how do we get that scope?
Hello. So, I mean, it should be discussed at your initial appointment when you're going over everything as far as the plan of care goes, but a rule of thumb is that you want to treat a person for what they have and for who they are. So part of a comprehensive exam and first visit for someone who's pursuing gender affirming hormone treatment is to do like an inventory of organs so that we know what we want to be screening for in the future and make sure we're updating that. But basically, it's just whatever the body part is that dictates the care. So if you have breasts, it doesn't matter what your gender is, we need to screen them. If you have testicles, it doesn't matter what the gender is, we need to screen them. And we just develop that together.
And when you're adding new hormones to a person's body, as far as like looking for bone densities and all those other things that I might normally do as a cis woman, I just can consider sort of that same steps in future, what I want to look for, since there's new estrogen in her body. Yeah, that's sort of that principle.
I think I couldn't hear you in the middle of that.
Sorry.
It's okay.
A little nervous.
Like
can I talk like that?
Sure. Now, can you speak into the mic because we're also
Sorry.
recording.
As estrogen has been introduced for a while now, I should just think from the same lens of a woman who has had estrogen with all the same sort of checkpoints. I just sort of consider her in those same ways, is what I'm asking.
On one hand, yes, but then on the other hand, we still, from a healthcare standpoint, want to make sure that we're covering everything in general. So there's other risks that can occur as someone ages, and it's pretty specific to each person and their journey and what their experience is to determine what screening and milestones that they will be reaching.
Okay.
If I might, what I sort of heard in this question, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting, is that there is there's almost a conceptual struggle with when you have a body that was influenced by one hormone, like say testosterone, and that body went through a testosterone-based puberty, and now you are adding estrogen to it. Conceptually, are you looking to treat or look at that person as an estrogen-based life form or a testosterone-based life form?
I just want to make sure that her medical care, that someone has a wider lens of all the things that I would like to continually have attention to for her greatest well-being. So I just want to know, like, right now she's not under the care of a primary care doctor that has been working with transgender people at all. That's my main question.
I mean, I think it is key to have someone who has a thorough knowledge of it. One of the major healthcare disparities for trans people is having to educate our providers in what we need and what our care should be. Oftentimes, you know, so you go and you meet a doctor and you're nervous and you put your total trust into them and they ask you what they should do. Like, that's not how it should be. So, I mean, we're out there as far as providers who know what we're doing. It can be hard to find the right one, but there's more and more every day. I can think of about 5 or 6 in my area that does it, and I know, you know, getting closer to New York, in North Jersey, there's plenty. So I would utilize some wonderful resources to find someone who specializes in it, but it's not hard to find, and it's not hard to do.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
I just also wanted to plug quickly the Garden State Equality Affirming Healthcare Map, because this would be a perfect opportunity to utilize that to find a provider in your area.
This is a shout out for Dr. Keith. For me, Dr. Keith is a medical hero, and over the years, he's helped several folks in my orbit, so I'm sending people your way, unbeknownst to you. I've seen some of his work firsthand. A lot of these doctors go on and on about how wonderful they are, and I'm just gonna pray in their presence. And Dr. Keith, he came off as like a kind older brother who looks after his brothers and sisters. Really amazing person. To me, Dr. Keith is a kind, gifted soul who listens and actually cares about his patients. And the best part, when asked, he gives amazing hugs. My name is Erica, and labels are for bottles, not humans.
Well, thank you, and I promise I didn't put her up to that, and I really appreciate it. But just to go back to the other thing that was, and yes, hugs are definitely something on the menu if you come to the office and you want a hug. But experience matters. It's really important in this sector. You know, like we talked about with the Affordable Care Act and more providers coming into this space, experience really matters. And we have patients that are seeing their primary care doctors that don't have a lot of experience in this field, and they're getting unnecessary exams and tests or missing things. So you really do have to go by word of mouth, unfortunately. But in the digital age, there's a lot of that. So Facebook has a lot of great groups. Reddit has a lot of great groups. A lot of my patients, we actually get a lot of patients from family members, right? So mothers of trans daughters have their own Facebook groups, and they will go and talk to each other and find out who's good at what in what location. And so those are some really good resources. And we also, in our practice, we run a virtual support group, and there's lots of other resources now too. So I think we're at the dawn of a new era, but it really is about experience. Thank you.
Everybody, for your presence, participation. Thank you all for being part of this.
Already?
No.
We need 2 hours.
What do we need to do? I didn't hear you.
Create another panel.
We do. There
it
needs to be all
online.
the
Let's
more
create a webinar.
panels, all of the panels. So thank you. And I don't remember who's up next or what time anything is, because I haven't looked at my watch. I don't know if you know that about, there's a high incidence of neurotypicality, a non-neurotypicality, and I am a representative of somebody who's both transgender and neurodiverse. So welcome to my experience of the world.
All right. Thank you so much, Celeste. We are moving on to the law enforcement panel. So I'd like to introduce Detective Connor Johnson.
Thanks, folks.
Right into it.
Rolling.
Go visit Joe.
Oh, thanks. Hold on. We don't know if to do it.
Good. And then you get to do the panel, and then I'll be back to.
Are you going to introduce all of us on the panel?
No, you get to do that.
Okay, I get to do that.
Yeah. Can I have it? My name is Bernie White. I saw you walking in, and I was going to catch up to you as soon as I got done up here.
Great. Well, I thank you for what you're doing with this and what you've done elsewhere, but I wanted to introduce myself since we did communicate by
I saw you
email.
outside, and I was so busy. I was like, oh, I got to catch up to her. It's good seeing you here.
Yes, I'll see you later.
For you.
So, Chris, I'm just going to read these questions and we'll go from that. Okay, cool. I don't know. First of all,
Thanks, y'all. And someone's going to introduce?
Mine aren't that fashionable. Yeah.
And Simone's going to introduce?
Yeah, you know.
I don't think I can run into this, but she probably can.
oh, watch out.
Hello, everybody. We're just about ready to, I want to introduce. Come on, stand up. Come on.
I'm standing.
I want to introduce Detective Connor, Monmouth County Prosecutor Office, first known openly transgender law enforcement officer in New Jersey. He previously worked for the Morristown Bureau of Police as well as the Morris County Sheriff's Office. He is also the designated LGBTQ+ law enforcement liaison. And they are the bridge between our community and law enforcement. Please welcome, with a loud applause, Detective Connor Johnson. Thank you.
This isn't on. I'll take this one. Can you hear me? Pat, figure this out. Hi, I'm Connor. You don't have to call me detective. You can call me Connor, because I'm not always a cop. So as Simone said, I started my law enforcement career in corrections. I moved from there to patrol in Morristown PD, and I'm now a detective with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. I didn't always look this way. I actually transitioned on the job. I did that because I didn't think I could be trans and be in law enforcement. But I knew I wanted to be in law enforcement. I knew I wanted to help people. I knew I wanted to be the one that people came to when they had problems or needed a police officer or just needed a helping hand. And that's where I chose my career in law enforcement, and I was hell-bent, really, on not being able to transition. It took me a while to figure out that I can't respond to people in crisis when I was in crisis myself. And I needed to be my true self in order to help people in my job. And the reason I go around and I talk about coming out and being on the job and being a police officer is because it's so important for the trans community to understand that us as law enforcement officers are trying to understand you as well. I want to educate law enforcement. I want them to understand me as best as they can. I'm sure all the trans people out here who are sitting here know that, you know, their cisgender partners or counterparts, people they've met on the street might not understand them, but at least if we create a little bit of understanding with law enforcement so that they can use the right pronouns and refer to you by the name that you go by, whether it's on your license or not, at least you're getting that respect and you can feel that you can go to law enforcement without being judged. In 2019, the Attorney General's office put out a directive for law enforcement interactions with the LGBTQ community. I was on the panel for that. I was right there with the policy, trying to help them understand how we can help the LGBTQ community, but especially the trans community. And with that, I go around the state and I teach law enforcement about my experiences being transgender and in law enforcement and just being trans in general, and educating them on how to interact with individuals who identify maybe differently than they do. So that's a little bit about myself. I would like to introduce my panel because I think that's more important, especially if there's going to be questions after. I know with everything that's going on in the country, in the world, especially with law enforcement, just in general, but with all the laws and things that are happening around the country with trans issues, it's really important to understand that in New Jersey, at least, we are, as law enforcement officers, trying to do the best we can to help the trans community and help everybody understand that we are here to serve you as a community and to serve anybody it doesn't matter, religion, race, gender, anybody unbiasedly, and that comes with this education, and that's why I go around and I teach this. So my panelists, I have Officer Patrick. He's from Fairfield. He is another LGBTQ liaison. He works with us. We have a total of 108 LGBTQ liaisons throughout the state, and we're growing. Right now, they call me the first openly transgender police officer. I'm not the only transgender police officer. We have a corrections officer who is also trans. There's a Port Authority police officer, a Hoboken police officer, and I just learned that there's actually an FBI agent that is transgender as well. So we're growing in numbers too. We also have Brielle from Garden State Equality. I'm so happy that she's here today. She is a brilliant speaker and a brilliant mind, and I know that it can be a little bit intimidating having a bunch of cops up here, so I wanted to have somebody who is a bit more neutral to kind of push some of these questions out, because coming up and asking a cop, like, why do you guys do certain things, might not be so comfortable for everybody. So she's gonna push those questions out and make the hard ones, make us answer the hard ones. And then we have Officer Yerika from our own Montclair PD. So happy to have her here. She is currently not one of our LGBTQ liaisons, but I'm trying to recruit her because Glenda, one of her partners, is on our LGBTQ liaison committee. I guess what do we even call it? Honestly, it was just LGBTQ liaisons, and we could always use more. So I'm so glad that Officer Yerika is here representing Montclair, because that's where we are right now, and I think that's important. So let's start this panel. All right. This chair likes to sink on me. Okay, so for the officers, so Pat and Yerika, as an LGBTQ plus law enforcement liaison, what have you experienced in your workplace culture that has encouraged you to be out on the job, and if comfortable, share an experience you faced while working to build LGBTQ plus education and inclusion into law enforcement? Patrick? Patrick's first.
As Connor said, my name is Pat. I work for Fairfield Police. I've been there since 2020. I'm the first openly gay male police officer in Fairfield. I do have somebody else who works with me who identifies as a lesbian. But as far as the males go, we're a male-dominated profession naturally across the board, across the country. So that was a bit of adversity that I had to face in determining whether or not I was going to come out in law enforcement and continue to work as my true self and it took a long time for me to come to that realization. I was passed up for job opportunities since I graduated college in 2015 in order to try to get into law enforcement because of who I was admitting myself to be to those hiring agencies. So knowing that and looking back on what I went through in order to try to get hired was unfair and unjust. So moving forward, when I was offered the position to be a LGBTQ liaison in law enforcement, I had to do some internal reflection and truly decide who I was, whether I was a cop or if I was going to be a gay cop. So I sit up here now with the support of my chief and my whole department to be able to talk to you guys and travel around the state with Connor to teach other law enforcement recruits, but not only law enforcement, the public in which we serve, because without the public, law enforcement wouldn't be here. So we truly need to build that and bridge that gap between the public and law enforcement and rebuild that trust that the community seems to have been losing in law enforcement, particularly with the LGBTQ community. So I decided to come out to my chief, super supportive, told me anything I needed, and encourages me to come out and do this stuff with the liaisons in order to spread the positivity and rebuild that trust that the community is lacking with law enforcement. So much so, like I worked on several initiatives. I got our patch to be changed, which is the shirt I'm wearing right now, which will be our Pride patch, which we're all going to be displaying on our cars for the month of June. We'll be doing a big reveal with that. But like I said, from when I first started trying to get hired in law enforcement, I needed to decide for myself who I was. And that was something that I really worked towards and was able to decide that's what I wanted to do, and I'm happy that I did it. But that's a bit of adversity that people who are struggling with themselves and learning that it's okay to be a cop and also be gay was huge for me and emotionally supportive when I finally came to that realization.
Where's the trans colors on there, bud? Come on now. Just messing with you. Officer Yerka, real quick, can you just give us a little bit about yourself as well? I kind of didn't do that, and Brielle, I'm going to do you next when I ask the next question. Yeah, just a little bit about yourself, then if you want, I can repeat the question.
Sure. Can anyone hear me? Yes. Okay. So, Connor said my name's Yerka, or Officer Phoebus. I don't know if I've interacted with any of you here in town. I have been on day shift lately, so I know some of you do see me patrolling around the area. I joined Montclair at the end of 2017. So with Montclair, I've been here for 5 years, but previously I was with New Jersey Transit Police and Newark Police. So I came, to this town with about 8 years of experience. I know, Patrick, you had, a different situation coming out. I've always been out. I came out to my mother when I was 13 years old. She was very supportive of me. Like some people, I had some family members that were not as supportive, but thankfully, I was raised by my mother, my stepfather, who were very encouraging, never tried to change me, never tried to make me feel bad about myself. So entering this career field, I've always been out, living my authentic self. Again, like Connor said, Officer Rivera is our LGBT liaison. I don't know if any of you have ever dealt with her directly. If you need to speak to her, I have her information, or if you want to speak to me, you can speak to me as well. We also have a third officer that is part of the LGBT community. She identifies as a lesbian, she, her. So, there's 3 of us all together here in town. So, my biggest thing for being up here is just letting you know that you are represented in our department and you do matter. And if there's ever a time where you don't want to speak to an officer that, identifies as cisgender, straight, white male, or even, a straight female, if you feel like it's someone that's not making you feel comfortable enough to report something or say anything, you can always request one of us, and we're here for you. We have a very supportive department. Our department is very inclusive with the Township of Montclair. I actually love that there's so much that goes on for the LGBT community, especially the trans community here in this town. I love that about this town. And, it's a big deal for me because my best friend, who's sitting right there, the red hoodie, my best friend of 17 years, identifies as trans masculine. So it's an emotional topic for me to be here to represent him.
I love that. And also, just so everyone knows, just because Yerka is not one of our liaisons yet, doesn't mean she's not a representative of the community and you can't go to her. And that goes for any law enforcement officer who might not be part of the New Jersey LGBTQ liaison group. You know, we're growing, we're getting out there, but we're still fairly new. So there's a lot of departments out there that do have law enforcement officers who identify in that community. And if you ask, you can get them if you don't feel comfortable going to a cisgender white male, as Yerika said, you know, reporting something. So that being said, Brielle, I'm gonna have you introduce yourself real quick, if you don't mind.
So my name is Brielle Winslow-Majette. I'm the Deputy Director at Garden State Equality. I want to shout out my team who is sitting in the front first because I'm nothing without them. And also we have a table out there with some other of our team members. So please go check out our table if you have not yet. Garden State Equality is one of the leading advocacy and education organizations statewide for the LGBTQ community. So we do a lot around advocacy, health and wellness, and education. So if you're looking for any kind of trainings, looking to learn more about health and wellness through our initiatives, adverse childhood experiences, we got it all for you. So just a plug there. So with that being said, I want to start off by saying feeling protected under the law and through law enforcement is a privilege that many people don't have, especially those who are part of the LGBTQ community. And I'm going to show up in both of my identities today, and people who are a part of the BIPOC community. Coming to Garden State Equality, I had a tumultuous relationship with law enforcement. I had experienced many microaggressions during traffic stops based on my race or my gender. A lot of misgendering or ill faces based on when they come to my car or approach me and see what I look like based on versus what my driver's license says. I think part of the question is, why is it so important to show up here? Since I started working for Garden State Equality, Dave D'Amico was a part of my interview. He works for Middlesex County. And during my interview, one of the first things he said was, how do we bridge the gap between the LGBTQ community and law enforcement? And for someone like me who does not trust and has not trusted law enforcement for a long time, just that one conversation, the acknowledgement from a cis white male that there is something that needs to be done, that was the start of building trust. Garden State Equality, we are working to try to bridge that gap. And I think that I can say in my past year here, seeing the LGBTQ liaisons, they're out here. They're in our spaces. They show up when you call. They're at our events. And they're also not just here as people who are shielding the door. They are talking to you, getting to know you. You're learning who they are too. And those are the ways that you build trust and that we feel like we're protected by those who are in uniform. So thank you.
No, that's good. And just so everyone knows, Garden State Equality actually is how the New Jersey LGBTQ liaison started. Christian Foscarino and Dave D'Amico, who's the chief investigator for Middlesex County Corrections, actually sat down and got together, and that was the exact conversation that they had. How do we bridge the gap and build a bridge of trust between the LGBTQ community and law enforcement? And that was a big topic. And the reason why the New Jersey LGBTQ liaison started.
Can I just chime in?
Absolutely.
So I didn't know if you're going to ask me my question, but I kind of started talking
answer your
about it.
question anyway. I like that.
Definitely. So I think the question was, how do we build the gap? What can we do? Where do we build trust? I think the first thing is education. Like, there are so many times that people are being misgendered by law enforcement. And I think one of the things that Connor said is he had to love himself before he could address other people's trauma. And if you don't, you are the first point of contact. So if law enforcement, if I'm having a challenge, somebody is intimidating me, I feel like I'm unprotected, I'm calling you. And if during that phone call, the first thing you do is misgender me, or the first thing you do when I call for help, you misgender me, that is going to deter me from seeking your help. Sometimes you have to realize that before you can seek help, you have to see the person as a person, despite your biases. And I think through educating law enforcement and knowing how to treat LGBTQ people, you will be able to not only address them and make them feel seen, but also help them when they're asking and they're calling for your help versus deterring them from seeking it, or maybe them not seeking it in the future.
I think that another thing is representation matters, right? So there aren't as many. I think you said there was only 3 of you in your county, right? So representation matters. We got to get out there and let the LGBTQ community know that it's okay to be LGBTQ and be a law enforcement. Like, to know that there's actually positions for you and that it's safe, because that's the issue. Like, sometimes visibility does not guarantee safety. So we have to know that, like, there are jobs for you. The biggest thing is you have to change a structure or institution from within. So if there aren't any of us in law enforcement, how do we tell law enforcement what we need? How do we change the system to make it so that people are educated when it comes to routine traffic stops? Or know how to address someone when they come to the precinct and they're asking for help? So I think that those are 2 of the major things, education and just LGBTQ liaisons. You all are getting firsthand knowledge, so let people know that they're here for you. I'm gonna say they because you're gonna be a part of them soon. But let them know that they're here for you. And when I give you an example of that is that if you know that there is a book signing or a book ban or a Board of Education meeting and someone is saying they're gonna disrupt that, call the LGBTQ liaisons in your county. Find out who they are. They will make sure that somebody is there so that you feel protected in those kind of situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And the education and the recruitment especially is something that we do with the liaisons all the time. We're always looking to recruit LGBTQ individuals into law enforcement because you're absolutely right. How are we supposed to protect and serve a diverse culture and community if we don't have that within? And that's why we go out and we try and make that change. So very well put. I appreciate that. So Patrick, next question. Are you ready, buddy?
Right in the hot seat.
Yeah, always in the hot seat, bud. I think it's the second part of this first question. But what is one initiative you'd like to implement that you feel would help to create and inspire trust in your community?
I think like right now, so in Fairfield, I think just backtrack what everyone else is saying, that even if your community, if you're not from Montclair or Fairfield and you need to speak with an officer that identifies in the LGBTQ community, you can ask for that. That's the point. That's one of the job titles and objectives of the law enforcement liaisons, to be there for anyone, no matter where you are. So to go off of that, some of our other liaisons have implemented something out of Seattle called a Safe Place. And we're working towards, at least in my community, being more visible with, especially during June, putting the pride patch on the car. That was something that I came up with, and the chief and the command staff jumped on board with it. We want to be out there for the community to know that no matter if it's me or one of my other colleagues that are driving around, no matter what it is, you can always come up to us and ask us. We're a very transient community, so we have Route 80 and 46. We have several hotels, so we're dealing with a variety of groups of populations that come and go, that aren't our normal residents, that we see at the soccer games that we go to, the football games, and the high school games, and so on. Because of that, we have to be able to show that we are there for the community. So simply walking up to one of the employees in Wawa that's wearing a pin to identify that they are a member of the trans community. I walked in when I was getting my coffee, and I introduced myself to him, and I said, "Hi, I'm Pat, I work for Fairfield Police," and I identify he, him. Just that alone, giving my pronouns, I could see the smile and the attitude that this person was looking at me completely changed just by identifying, just by showing that I understand what that is. And that's what Connor and everyone else is saying. I think community outreach and education is the building block, the foundation that's needed in order to show that police are people too, just like everybody else. Like, just because I wear a uniform doesn't make me any different than anybody else. So that community outreach program, just the initiative that I started and got approved by the chief to just display the pride flag on the car for June, is a step in the right direction, is showing that Fairfield is a supportive police department, no matter what. So you come in our headquarters, you want to make a report, you can feel safe in doing so, and knowing that the officer is going to deal with you and take your complaints and whatever you are coming to seek help for seriously and without judgment.
So in Montclair, I mean, super diverse, very, I mean, big LGBTQ community, right? So do you guys have the Safe Place initiative here?
So I know that Officer Rivera and the Community Policing Unit are working on programs now. Again, I'm not privy to them because I'm not a liaison yet, right? But I know that they are working on things. I'm not, again, I don't know exact details. So if you guys are interested in knowing or wanting more information, our Community Police Unit has all their information on our police website, and Officer Rivera's information is on there as well. So if you have any specific questions for her or our lieutenant, Williams, he's the one that runs the unit. So if you have any specific questions that I can't answer because I'm not a liaison, you know, you can always email those questions as well. But just to piggyback off of what Connor and Patrick said, you know, this is a diverse town. We see people from different walks of life, whatever gender you identify as, whatever race, ethnicity, whatever the case is. At the end of the day, none of that matters. You're a human being at the end of the day. You should just be treated as such. So again, you know, if you ever feel the need to talk to someone, even if it's not to report a crime, maybe if it's just you want advice on something or you don't know what to do, you should always feel comfortable enough to approach a police officer and be able to ask that. And if they don't have the information, maybe they can direct you to someone who does have that information for you.
Absolutely. I do know from experience, when I was on patrol at Morristown, we had a transgender individual come into our department. She found out she had warrants out of another town. A good friend of mine who was a social worker called me personally and asked me to help. And this was before this directive came out by the Attorney General's office. So, you know, it wasn't really out there that specific pronouns need to be used, and the directive wasn't instructing law enforcement on what to do. So they came to me and asked me to help take care of the situation. Their identification did not match how they identified. They were terrified to go to law enforcement. They had some prior issues with law enforcement in the past or poor interactions. This individual came to the police department. We took care of her warrant. My lieutenant, my sergeant, both referred to her with the right pronouns, the correct name, despite what was on her driver's license. And we took care of the warrants and sent her on her way. Gave her a new court date, and that's what we're here to do. That's what we want to let everybody know, that we're educating law enforcement in how to do that for the trans community, for the LGBTQ community. Just treat people with that respect. And make sure that at the end of the day, we're protecting and serving that community. Sorry, my phone decided to turn off. So Brielle, what can folks here in this room do to advocate for the trans community, specifically the BIPOC and brown trans women of color? How can we let the trans community know that they're supported by law enforcement and community safe place programs?
So the first thing is, I think we need to stop sweeping BIPOC trans individuals' deaths under the rug. We do not see the same attention to the deaths of our trans siblings as we do cis white individuals, and that is a major issue. This is an epidemic, and trans lives are being taken by the day, and it seems as if like it doesn't matter, and it does to some, but I think that if we see, and we've seen it, it's a tale as old as time. Marsha P. Johnson's life was taken, and it was ruled as a suicide, although all lines pointed to some type of violence. And so one of the things is that as law enforcement, and I'm not law enforcement, but what I'd like to see from law enforcement is for us to start handling them with care. Knowing that this is a crisis, knowing that there's a sense of urgency, knowing that we need to act now, and that they deserve the same treatment in life and in death as we do white privilege, those who do have the privilege in life and in death when certain things like that happen. But when it comes to the community, you all have the power. Politics are local. A lot of people, the sheriff of your county, or most of them, are elected officials. You need to know who they are, what they believe in, not just on an election year when they decide to hush hush because they don't want to rock the boat or they do want to say something to garner your votes. We need to know we are electing and what they stand for. And if they are not standing with trans rights, but they only stand with the LGB, then they are not all inclusive and they should not be an elected official. If they do not stand with LGBT and they do not want to make sure that we are treated fairly, even in like county jails, because sheriffs have, control over that. If they don't want to make sure that we are educating law enforcement or we are educating every single aspect of institutions and systems in your county, they should not be an elected official. So you all have the power. Number two, they all started somewhere. They were kids, right? So inclusive curriculum is important. When you talk about changing the structure from within, you have to learn to respect everyone and to be inclusive from the rip, not just when you get to the position of power. So it starts in the schools. You all have to show up at Board of Ed meetings. You all have to advocate for inclusive curriculum. You all have to make sure that our law enforcement learns all these things and believe in all these things and practice all these things from jump, not when they become in a position of power. So although we're looking at law enforcement as what they can do, we're looking at you as to what you can do to ensure those who are in uniform and those who are elected officials are the individuals who are here to protect you.
Absolutely. And so to piggyback off of that as well, we don't know what we're doing wrong unless you come to us and tell us. So if there is something that happens, if there's an interaction, and it doesn't have to be at the level of an internal investigation. It could be something as simple as this person, misgendered me and I felt a certain way in the moment, and you can reach out to us, the liaisons, and we can bridge that gap with that law enforcement agency. You can reach out to if you feel comfortable, go to that police department, speak to an officer you may know or somebody that you feel comfortable within that agency and say, listen, this is the situation. Maybe there needs to be a little bit more education. And we always fall back on that. And I always say, without education, there's no understanding. Without understanding, there's no acceptance. I had to educate myself on being trans. I didn't know what it was like to be trans. I didn't know what it was. So if I couldn't understand it, how do I expect everybody else to understand? So the education factor is huge. But without people coming to us and saying, listen, this is what happened to make me feel a certain way, or this is what this law enforcement officer did that we feel should be corrected, and they need some education. Unless you come to us and tell us that, we're not going to realize that these things are still going on. So thank you for that. This thing keeps shutting down, and it's very annoying. So this is kind of for everybody. We recognize the tension between LGBTQ plus folks and law enforcement has existed for decades. How do law enforcement and or elected community leaders live the responsibility to provide safe spaces for LGBTQ plus and specifically transgender folks when seeking support to heal our communities together? And I know we have the Safe Place initiatives. Is there anything else that you think we could be doing for the communities, just to help bridge the gap and law enforcement with the LGBTQ plus community?
I think right now, like as Connor said before, and we both travel around the state and we teach law enforcement. And what's interesting is that as you travel around and you get a feel of who the recruits are that you're instructing, they're sitting there with their shaved heads and they're staring at you, and whatever I say is gospel to them. That's what they think. And we break that down and make them call them by their first name and really give a personal touch to this part of the curriculum in their police training. When we ask them, do they know anyone who identifies in the community, more recently, and Connor, you teach a lot more than I do, mostly everybody in the recruit class knows somebody who identifies in that community. So I think that the starting the education younger, as was said, is happening, and that's evident as we move up into adult life, where now Connor and I come into their education life and are educating them about law enforcement and the LGBTQ plus community. So I think, like I said before, education is the foundation to building that bridge. And if it starts younger, great. If not, when it comes to us, when the people who are going to be out there who are supposed to protect and serve, if they don't know, we're going to make them know. And I think that's something that we're doing other than the safe place. Sure, like you can go somewhere and there's a sign on the door and it's a safe place, but every place should be a safe place. You should be able to go to any store, any place, in any town and feel comfortable in that establishment. Not just because they have a Safe Place Initiative sticker on there. And I think the education, and as far as us educating law enforcement from the start, before they even get on the road, before they meet the other people who they're going to be working with, they have an idea of what the LGBTQ plus community is, what we need, what the trans community wants and needs, and how to properly and respectfully address the community in which they serve.
Yeah, Erica, I'm sorry.
We just have to leave a little bit of time for Q&A.
Oh, Q&A, let's do it. Who wants to ask some questions?
If you have any questions, just come up to this mic.
This is what it's about, by the way. So this is where the hard stuff comes, and
You got about 8 minutes.
8 minutes? All right, we got 8 minutes.
Even when we teach in the academy, we prefer to have the interactive and not just listen to us talk. So the questions is where the real education actually comes from. We don't know what you need or want unless you ask us. Okay, hi, my name is Dee Belafonte, she, they. I'm a colleague of Brielle up there. And similar to her, I have a very complicated relationship with police enforcement, right? So we talk about education a lot, right? What are the next steps when you know that there are people within your force, whether they're recruits or whether they are, documented in, grandfathered in, they've been there for a while? How do you handle that internally? Is it through union? Is it through, employee resource groups? How do you handle getting them out, because they're not going to change? So that's what I would love to know, how y'all are doing that. Have y'all encountered that? Because I know that y'all have. And what are the next steps in that? Because education can't be all of it. Thank you.
I was going to say, Connor, you're a detective. I know you work more in an investigative field, so maybe that's a question for you.
So from experience, especially, coming out as trans and transitioning on the job, there was a lot of education. There was a lot of frustration. I was fortunate enough at Morristown Police Department that I worked with a lot of people that I knew, but you are correct. There's some dinosaurs. And within law enforcement in general, there are dinosaurs. And the unfortunate reality right now is that we are just trying to phase them out, but we need to be loud. We need to hold ourselves accountable for when these individuals aren't doing the right thing, aren't going by directives or policies. And us as LGBTQ liaisons, not only are we here for the community, but we're here to call out those individuals when they aren't doing the right thing. And I have had to do that on my own behalf and on others' behalf as well. Answering a call, we had a suicidal individual in a group home. It happened to be an all-female group home, but the call came out for a male. And my partner didn't put two and two together, and I was like, come on, man, figure it out, right? No disrespect, nothing. I went and I helped. They didn't, it wasn't an issue, but even with that education, they still didn't put the pieces together. Like, why is there a male at an all-female group home? It's gonna take some time. Just like I transitioned, and it took a little bit, it was a transition for everybody, right? We're transitioning as well in law enforcement. And it's gonna take some time, but we're gonna be the people that are going to make that change. Because, again, we need to integrate into that cisgender, male, stereotypical law enforcement community and be more LGBTQ, be more ethnic, be more race, everything, religion. Put it all in there, and integrate it within the law enforcement community and make it not just cisgender, white male. So unfortunately, it is a bit of a transition and it might take a little bit, but we are making those progressive steps towards that direction.
Then if I just add on to that really fast is, So as I mentioned earlier when I introduced myself, I graduated college in 2015. That's when I started my journey into trying to get into law enforcement, and I applied numerous places, hundreds of places. And then during the background investigation, they ask about your dating history and all that stuff. And one of the questions is that list your dating partner. So naturally, I'm an honest person. Why would I lie? I'm trying to get into law enforcement. So I put down the person that I was dating at the time. The detective that had my background said no problem. Turns out I was number 1 on the list. At the end of it, the chief tells me that he's not hiring me because he doesn't want an HR nightmare. So that statement alone was when I started really looking at that internal reflection that I talked about, that part of that change in order, as Connor said, to phase out those dinosaurs and to phase out, sure, education can start here, but if you're already here, it's not necessarily going to change anything. So I decided at that point that I needed to identify myself, who I actually am, and if you don't want to hire me, that's not the department I want to work for, because that's not the community in which I want to be a part of. So I'm lucky enough to work for a department where they know, everybody knows, is super supportive. I have a chief that sends me to these things and sends me out to teach. So that way, hopefully we can work on phasing those things out. But truly, like Connor said, we need to have people know who we are, so that way people can realize that just because you identify as LGBTQ+ doesn't mean that you're incapable of doing the job. I do the job the exact same way that my cis male straight partner does. Sometimes better.
Most of the time better.
Yeah, I'm short. So
Me too, bro. Me too.
This is a two-part question because I'm a sergeant in the military right now, and I'm a transgender soldier. So
That's my best friend, people.
And I'm currently training soldiers right now who are literally involving themselves to enlist as themselves. So I've learned the regulations. I don't know what it's called with law enforcement, but we have
Policy and procedure.
right. So we have regulations on our part as leaders that we have to understand to make soldiers come comfortable, and they know that we are trained to these standards, so they are aware that they're safe automatically, but as dinosaurs, right? So they know when they meet these dinosaurs, they have a regulation that they can say verbatim that they are disregarding in their favor, right? So is that something that law enforcement have as well? Like if there's a protocol, right? Is it on a website where people in the outside of the community can see, where they're like, excuse me, you're violating this protocol due to the fact that I am a transgender, Latinx, BIPOC. I would like to speak to a supervisor because you're disregarding or devaluating this code. Is there something that the community can see?
Absolutely there is. So like I said earlier, the Attorney General's office put out a policy. Actually, I'm sorry, it's a directive, which means that they have to do it. It's not a policy. Every law enforcement agency in the state, nice catch, dude. Every law enforcement agency has to abide by this directive. And the directive simply states when it's basically interactions with LGBTQ, but specifically transgender individuals. And transgender encompasses all. So it's non-binary, gender non-conforming, whatever it is. So the policy simply states that they're to use whatever name they go by, their pronouns, and essentially they're to be treated with respect. So regardless of whether you're being locked up or we're just interacting with you on a traffic stop or you're calling us for help because you're in crisis, we are obligated as law enforcement officers to give you that respect and refer to you by the right pronouns, refer to you regardless of what it says on your identification, because I know it takes a long time for that process to happen, or you might not want to change your gender on your driver's license and spend all that money. It's an expensive process. We're teaching law enforcement that it doesn't matter what's on your identification. You treat people with respect and how they want to be treated, regardless of your implicit bias or whatever. And that is in a directive. So, that being said, if you did have an interaction where, say, someone misgendered you, you corrected them and they say, well, we don't care, that kind of thing, absolutely 100%. Make sure you get a supervisor and say, I need to talk to somebody. 100%. And if that law enforcement officer is doing the wrong thing, they're not going to turn to me and I'm not going to stick up for them. I'm going to tell you that.
Okay, so there is a protocol.
Correct.
Now, is this protocol visible to the community?
Yes. You can look it up on the Attorney General's website.
Okay, so
if you want, I can give you the exact thing. It's Attorney General's Directive 2019-3.
So when you were talking, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, wait a minute, I have a regulation by standard that I have to approach soldiers right now as they, them automatically, just in case, and then give them the space to explain their identity. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, you're saying that how do we build the bridge? And that's a way to help build the bridge, where if the community had a visible protocol, a code, a regulation, where they know on our part, because I have encountered police officers, and I live in PA, and she's my go-to person every single time I get called. I'm like, listen, I'm panicking, what's happening? And she's just, follow the rules, right? But, because I know there's a regulation, because I'm a superior authority, I know there's a regulation, but does the soldier know the regulation, or does the community know the regulation? Well, just off that, I don't want to compare New Jersey to other states as like apples and oranges. So,
but that's true.
I just want to point out that New Jersey is taking those steps to make it known to the public what law enforcement should be doing, and when they're not, we're encouraging somebody to speak up and say that I'm being mistreated. So I'm not going to sit by and watch somebody on my squad or my department do something that they know is wrong, because the attorney directive says so. The public can read that. The public knows that. We know the public knows it. So those are part of the steps that we're taking. I can't speak for Pennsylvania. I don't know what their training curriculum is in their academy, but I know in New Jersey that policy, that directive, is instilled in us. And we have mandatory training twice a year in Fairfield, and that policy comes up. The directive comes up every single time we have training. So I know as an agency, are taking those steps to ensure our officers are representing the community and serving the community in the best possible way that we can.
Hi there.
Hi.
So I think for me, I have a lot of reservations about reaching out to law enforcement for a lot of different reasons, and also because I think a lot of trust has been lost in just across a lot of different communities, and I never want to escalate a situation. And fortunately, I haven't run into a lot of situations where I have had to call law enforcement, but I think for a lot of people, if they're in crisis or they're in a bad situation, they want to rely on someone to be there. So my question is, you talk about the LGBT liaisons, and contacting them if you have a specific scenario. So I just wondered, is there any way to get in contact directly with someone who may be actively working on these issues, so you might feel a little safer opening up to them, as opposed to someone who might be a little just less well-versed in those issues, so you feel a little bit safer contacting someone in law enforcement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like I said, we did partner originally with Garden State Equality, so they know, they have all our contact information.
Gotcha, okay.
Off of that, we do have an Instagram, New Jersey LGBTQ Liaisons. We also have a Facebook as well. You can reach out to us on that. I don't know if we're going to. I think it would be a good idea for us to get a website so we have a list of all those people. And it's, like I said, we're still very new. We're still in the works. We have 108 officers right now throughout the state, mostly throughout North Jersey, Central Jersey. We're still working on South Jersey, but yeah, it's a whole nother state. But so it's a work in progress. Pat?
And just to go off that, is also, so in our liaisons also are the Port Authority Police, so they cover New Jersey and New York. And then if you find yourself in New York City, there's also an organization that's similar to us, is called GOAL, it's the Gay Officer Action League. They are filled with officers from the NYPD who identify as LGBTQ plus and also allies. So there's resources out there. They have a website. Should you need to reach out to somebody who, if you live in a jurisdiction or a town that doesn't have a liaison or an ally, you can reach out to one of those organizations, Garden State Equality. They'll get you in contact with somebody who's close to that community, and if not, identify somebody who is in law enforcement in that community. I know I'm close enough to Montclair and our surrounding areas. I'm the one in Fairfield. There's no one in North Caldwell, West Caldwell that identifies, that is part of our organization. But if something happens in one of those towns and somebody wants to speak to an LGBTQ officer, Fairfield has two. So, and we have an ally officer who identifies as a straight cis male, but he's a crisis intervention officer, so he joined us as well. So there's lots of resources. If one agency doesn't have somebody, we can find somebody who can help guide you and help you through whatever process of making a report or whatever you need from law enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to invite Simone up to the stage.
I want to say thank you very much. I'm literally humbled in your presence with everything that each one of you has done. Being visible, being out there. I tell you what, I've been really a little bit depressed about everything going on in this country. My spirits have been really risen listening to all four of you speak. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Big hand of applause, please. We're going to take a little short break, and then we're going to have Jay McBride, okay?
I know Glenda's been trying to, just come to meetings. Just come to meetings. Hey, Chief. No, you need to try it.
Probably that's best, right? And then we'll just sit there or whatever.
Oh, yeah, afterwards I'll let you do your thing. And
I'm
then
only
I'll-
gonna do like 10 minutes. That way we have time to do the questions.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So then okay, good thing I did a bathroom break beforehand.
Why, do you need a bathroom?
No. Well, you'll get there soon.
Okay. I already am. I have
Yeah,
4
you
cups
get a
of-
little bit of time.
I
The
have 4
prostate's going to do all sorts of funny things for you.
No, it does.
Yeah, I know. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Simone.
Hi, how we doing? I don't know if anyone wants to go outside and announce to people that Jay McBride will be up. Wonderful. That's a great thing. I wanted to thank everybody for coming out today. I mean, the weather's beautiful now, but it's probably going to be the first plane of hell when the storms come through this afternoon. So, all right. I want to introduce Jay McBride. Jay is the first openly transgender comedian to perform at Madison Square Garden. She was the opening act for Amy Schumer's comedy tour in 2022. She performed at Morris County Pride in 2021, as well as many venues in the tri-state. After seeing her perform in the Hudson Valley, a good friend of mine called and said, "You have to go see her. She's hysterical and transgender." So I went to see her, and I'm so very glad I did. I follow her comic on Instagram called Susie Hellspawn, which is absolutely brilliant. If you haven't seen it, look it up. So please give a rousing applause to my friend, my cohort, and hopefully you're not going to want to hear the questions I have to ask you later, Jay McBride.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, please keep it going for Simone. This is an amazing venue. This whole thing is really cool, although having it in a church, I feel like I'm about to be struck by lightning. Thank you. I don't know. I'm looking at, I'm like, God is like, you have some lightning. All right. Although it is nice that we have this stained glass of the history of drag queens from, right? It's great, isn't it? We have the first performance of I Will Survive. The one down at the bottom, it's 3 drag queens indoctrinating a baby into the gay agenda. It's great. It's perfect it's exactly what we need. I haven't been in a church since I stole from the collection plate, which that's not even a real Bible. That's a phone book. This is amazing. I love this place. I obviously am trans, but come on. Even though you're all sitting about as far away as possible, you're like, yeah, she's either trans or she's a drag queen who's just not putting in the effort. No, I'm trans. Oh, please take your time. Take your time. In the front row. Thank you. As opposed to everyone sitting like literally 50 feet away from me. No, I'm trans. It's I own it. I am not a dainty lass. My voice doesn't help. I have this mesothelioma commercial voice. I don't know. I was sort of going for like the hormonally imbalanced swimmer or gymnast who lives by a chemical waste facility. The weird thing, though, I wasn't trans before I got the vaccine. I know, Johnson & Johnson, I swear to God, one shot my ass. No, that's not true. I transitioned 16 years ago, which crazy, right? I know, oh, no, thank you, but don't clap. I only did it to compete in the Olympics. I'm no hero. No, it's such a weird time to be trans. What really bugs me is when people confuse trans women with drag queens. Like, I'm nothing like a drag queen. I would never read a story to a child. Ever. I mean, filthy creatures, right? No, someone said to me like, oh, you're not really a woman, you're just wearing a dress, And it was kind of weird because he was wearing a Yankees jersey. Like, I'm pretty sure Derek Jeter isn't a middle-aged balding guy with missing a toe. No, I did get to go around the country last year with Amy Schumer, which was amazing. We got to stay in a Four Seasons once, which was cool. It was like I'm white trash, so me going into a Four Seasons, it was like Pretty Woman, except this time the main character actually looks like a prostitute. You know. No, New York City is great. I tell people I'm trans. I get more applause than we gave Sully for landing in the Hudson. Well, not in Brooklyn, you know. I mean, Brooklyn, they're like, one gender? What are you, a Quaker? But man, I was in a small town outside of Hershey, Pennsylvania, told them I was trans. Ooh, different story. They looked at me like I was Dr. Fauci, performing an abortion on Nancy Pelosi, and streaming it on Hunter Biden's laptop. So it's not all about being trans, though. You know, we're just like every other woman, right? Shave the tops of our feet just like the rest of you, right? Right? That big toe's a bit. Sorry, I can't swear. I forgot. We'll work on that. Now, it's great to be here, the Trans Day of Visibility. Like y'all know, we have Trans Day of Visibility. We also have Trans Day of Remembrance. Then there's Bring a Tranny to Work Day. Donate $10 to your favorite trans comedian. There are a bunch of them. Wear a funny hat if you're trans. It's there are a lot of great ones. That's my favorite one. But no, I love meeting kids that have that get a chance to transition early. Because when I grew up, like we didn't even mention it, like I had a weird childhood. I was raised Irish Catholic. You're any Irish Catholics? Oh, you guys are too? Let's see how Irish Catholic. How many kids? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're not still Catholic, right? No. Harder to stick to than keto, right? Yeah. How many kids did your Irish Catholic grandmothers have? 6, 7? Can you top 7? 5? No. My grandmother had 10 kids. That's a good Irish Catholic woman, right? 10 kids. And she had 2 miscarriages, so she was pregnant 12 times in 16 years. I know. She didn't have periods. She had commas. That's a smart joke. I don't care. That joke could cure monkeypox. That joke is brilliant. I have an uncle who's a priest. He's one of those priests who was relocated. I know, but it wasn't what he did. It wasn't for having sex with an altar boy. He impregnated one of his married parishioners. I know, just because you're a priest doesn't mean you can't still smash. All right, I can't say that word. Gah! All right, sorry, Jesus. All right, I'll worry. Oh, wow. Really? The former minister? Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I think that they have a rule against that. Now, my uncle he said to me once, I don't ever want to watch you do comedy because I don't want to listen to you talk about having sex with a man. So I just send him pictures. I'm like, this is us on my couch. This is us on your couch. Now my family, it was a different time. Like my dad was not a fan of this whole thing. I remember when I was little, I was like, Dad, what do you call a little boy who wants to be a little girl? He said, I don't know, but they're definitely not getting any ice cream. Don't worry, he dies in the end. All right, that turns some people. All right, I guess some of you love your parents. Oh, all right. Whoa. Rub it in. My mom was cool, though. She was great. She was like this Martha Stewart type, a convicted felon who could cook. And she was great. She came around when I first told, I feel like she always wanted a daughter, but then I came out, and it's like she ordered me through Wish. It's for the kids. But she came around. When I first told her, she said, I don't know what to do about this. I'm going to pray to God. But that makes sense, right? Because if you're a middle-aged white woman and you don't like something, you talk to the manager. But she came around. In the end, she was great. I wanted to do something really nice when she passed away, so I thought I wanted to spread her remains in her favorite place on earth. It's a town I grew up in. It's a town called Westport, New York. It's like in the Adirondack Mountains. It's on Lake Champlain. It's beautiful. So I drive 6 hours, and I find the perfect spot, and I start to spread her remains. And someone comes running out and says, "You can't do this. You can't do that." I'm like, "Why not?" He said, "You have to cremate her first." So then I had to put her back in the garbage bag. I cannot believe you love this comedy as much. This is amazing. You are my favorite audience member ever. Unless you're laughing at me. All right, with me or at me? Both? All right, that's what I thought. All right, no, I have 3 brothers who are cool. My brothers are cool. Although, I don't know if anyone else went through this. Our parents were really cheap, so when they ran the bathwater, they did it once. And we all had to share one right after another. Did anyone else have to go through this? Your husband? Yeah. Oh, it's the worst. If you're the last one, it's like the Hudson River at low tide. And I'm in there one day, and I'm looking down, I'm thinking, this is disgusting. I'm 32 years old. Once Mom's done scrubbing my back, we're gonna talk. My oldest brother disowned me when he found out I was trans, but it's fine. I try and take the high road, you know? Like when I heard he and his wife had a child, I sent him the nicest greeting card. It said, "Congratulations, it's a boy. For now." We do have a Q&A later, Simone and I, so I'm gonna wrap it up in just a second. One of the things, I'm sorry, but you can catch my special on YouTube. It's free. So yeah, it's just as good. Oh, have you seen it? Oh, did you? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's awesome. There weren't any advertisements, were there? Okay, good. Yeah, it is cool. I love seeing like that kids that can come out now. It's so weird. Like this past year over like I don't know how many people are dating in here, by the way. Clap it up. Any couples? We have a few. We have a few. Girl, I know. Girl, please. All right, maybe. Why not? What's wrong with them, right? No. I talk about dating a lot. I'm actually asexual, predator. Sorry, I'm supposed to say that at the beginning. No, that's not true. Here's something funny, though. If you Google my name, I come up. But then, and this is true, there is a registered sex offender in Michigan with the same name. I know, I'm looking at that like, ew, a registered sex offender? Meanwhile, he's in Michigan going, ew, a tranny comedian? So we're dating. It's perfect. I don't want kids. He's not allowed near kids. It works out. Now, by the way, we all know Lindsey Graham's going to come out, right? Can I just say, please come out as gay? Like, we took the last asshole. We took Caitlyn Jenner, all right? It's your turn, gay guys. This is yours, all right? Sorry, no, just swear. All right. Now, last year was crazy. This year already, there have been over 400 bills introduced, anti-trans bills, and most of them are aimed at kids. I wish they would come at me, you know? Like, I can handle myself. I love it when people come at me. Like, y'all remember that North Carolina bathroom bill? Right? Some of you probably do. Where the bill that was passed, they said, if you come to North Carolina and use a women's restroom, they said, I would be arrested, and I'd be thrown in a men's prison. So I spent 2 weeks trying to get arrested in North Carolina. You think a men's prison scares me? It's literally on my vision board. So, all right, I want to leave some time for Simone. One more time for Simone, everybody. Oh, do you want to?
Yeah, you want to come? We'll come and sit down.
Let's go to the lounge.
Well, the lounge, exactly, right. We might as well just desecrate this just a little bit more. Exactly.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Are you going to play us a song?
Really? I'm lucky I can tie my shoes at my age. All right, it's not usually too often that you really get to talk to someone and ask them a few questions. And Jay, well, we're birds of a feather, and this is something that when you're trans, you always have the back of another trans person. You don't even have to like them, I mean, at all, but you do, because you're birds of a feather. I've been very blessed that I'd say at least 8 out of the 10 trans people I know I really, really like. 2 of them are in this church right now.
Thank you.
See, trans people don't share it either, so.
No.
Okay, I have a question. What was your biggest barrier to overcome for your transition?
I think it was you having my back. That was the hardest thing. It took a while to come over.
Sign in the bottom of the mug for me?
No, I have her back. Also, after the surgery, I have other parts too. The doctor sold them to me, and I couldn't resist. They're in a jar of formaldehyde if you want them back.
I know, it's a tough question.
No, the biggest thing to overcome, I think, was that self-doubt I had, and the fear of being rejected. That was by far, like being raised Irish Catholic. I was just told, oh, if you have a problem, you just pray it away, which didn't work. Didn't take. Go figure. But I was worried, like my father would reject me, my mother would reject me, my brothers would reject me, I'd be homeless, all this stuff. As it turned out, 2 of my 3 brothers, we been closer than ever. And my mom was great. It took her a while to come around. That part's true, what I was talking about. Not the spreading her remains from a garbage can. That part may be slightly fictionalized.
Just slightly.
Yeah, slightly. It wasn't a garbage bag. It was a wheelbarrow. And but I think that was it. Just having that doubt that I could actually do it, and thinking oh, if I'm not 100% passable, if I'm not 100% look like everyone else, all this stuff. And then you realize most of this is in your head. You can do it. You just
That's exactly it. Good answer.
Thank you. I practiced it since
Yeah,
you emailed me the questions yesterday.
You were looking at my answers, so. Okay, I got another one for you.
Oh, good.
What was an unintended positive outcome for you?
I think comedy was definitely, I don't think I would have gotten into stand-up otherwise. 16 years ago, it was another world. I'm not sure when you transitioned, but I mean, has anyone been trans or transitioned more than 10 years ago here? Okay, now I feel really old. All right, that's good.
Veteran.
Right. I'm gonna join the
Old
former
timers.
pastor.
The old timers game.
Retire. We'll sit there swearing at each other all day. Then it was you could you could discriminate against people legally at the time, and I remember I had all I worked were retail jobs. Before I transitioned, I was never turned down for a promotion. I got something 7 as a cis white guy, I was 7 promotions or something like that in 2 or 3 years. Then I transitioned, I never got a promotion. And I realized all right, they're shutting doors on my face, what else can I do? I remember one department store, I'm not gonna mention them by name, it's beneath me, and they're busy getting ready for the Thanksgiving Day parade. But they were the worst. They would call me, behind my back. It turns out they called me names, and I thought, if this is, I'm clearly not going to make it in this field and with my sanity. I was like, what else do I want to do? Why not? I went back to school. I ended up getting a degree in math, which is very useful if you want a career in stand-up. And then I went to an open mic, did stand-up, and it's been amazing. I got to meet people. I got to meet you. I've been to a lot of conferences a lot of trans conferences. But then also just being myself and being open and working at it. I got to meet Amy Schumer. I got to go on tour with Amy Schumer. How great is that?
That was so cool. When I saw that, I kept flipping back to it. I was like, this is, wow.
Yeah.
I actually know and met her. And I have a mug that she gave me that I was waiting for it to be signed. So I had to invite her here today so I could have her sign
the
bottom of the mug.
Well, wait, me or Amy Schumer?
Oh,
is Amy Schumer here? All right.
Oh, no, she's next week.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I have another question and the last one.
Okay.
What advice would you have given your younger self?
Yes, don't underestimate Donald Trump. He does have a shot of winning. No, I think I would just be like, just, it sounds corny, but believe in yourself a little more, you know, just like believe that you can do it, you know, just take that leap of faith and just, you're gonna grow thick skin. You know, I have this, like I say, my spirit animal's an armadillo because of my, you know, thick armor coating and also the hair on my back. But, and my claws and my toenails. Like I could pick up grubs with my toenails, you know, like an armadillo. So, but I think just have like a thick skin and you can, you know, and I would just say you can do it. Just like there are people who care about you. You're gonna meet some wonderful people in your life that you might lose some, but you're gonna, it's 100% worth it. And the people you gain in your life are your family, you know, just not by blood.
Well, thank you very much for answering those.
Of course.
And when I see you again, I'll have another list.
Oh, please.
And
please.
maybe I can get the top of my mug signed.
All right. The top of your mug, isn't that the inside?
Well,
all right.
I only keep my makeup brushes in it. So.
Oh, okay. What? Oh, I feel so let down.
Okay, please give a good round of applause from my friend, Jay McBride.
Thank you.
And now we're going to get all the religious people up here, so if you want to hang out, you can.
Okay, all right. Oh, are we doing a Q&A or no?
No, that's it.
Oh, we're right now.
Well, does anyone have a question? Okay, please.
What did you say to yourself to develop your thick skin?
I think it was just, you know, after a while, like, I think the biggest thing was just like what people think about you doesn't define you. I think that was the big thing. Like people would, like, I remember there was one time when I first transitioned, I was trying to work and I didn't think I was very passable at the time. And that was like a huge deal to me. So then I remember there were these, it was in a bookstore and there were these kids that were just like giggling and pointing. And I was like, at the time it really got me. I sat in the back room, then I thought like, wait a second, you're letting the opinions of 3 teenagers dictate how you feel about yourself. And it was really this epiphany where I'm like, no, they have nothing to do with it. One has nothing to do with the other. And I was like, you know what? When I walk down the street now, my head is high. I don't look down, I look up. And when I walk through the airport, my shoulders are back, my head's high. Like, you wanna come at me, man? Come at me, bro. 'Cause, like, you can't take me down, so.
Great answer. I like that.
Thank you.
You
Keep it.
Tell you what, next time I go into a bar, I want you with me. You know?
All right, you guys.
Exactly.
We'll shoot some pool
rough
together.
the place up. Any other questions?
Thank God.
Yeah, I know. It's a long ride back to Brooklyn, you know? I know. God forbid what Simone
but
wants.
Thank you guys
next.
so much, and thank you all. This is such a great community, and I'm so happy every time. I'm so glad that Simone could introduce me to you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
What's that?
You want to be on the faith? Okay, this is the Affirming Faith Perspective on Gender Diversity panel. We have the Reverend Katrina Foreman, moderator, from Minister Union Congregational Church, she, her. Reverend Melissa Hall, rector, the Episcopal Church of St. James, Montclair, she, her. Sabrina Tupria, ministry intern, Unitarian Universalist Congregation, Montclair, they, them. Reverend Marguerite Oige, minister, First Lutheran Church, Montclair, she, they. Rabbi Ariane Weitzman, associate rabbi Epenai Keshet, she, her, and Reverend Sean Torres, Associate Pastor of Operations, Bethany Baptist Church, Newark, he, him. Please welcome them with a nice round of applause. I guess I'll put it over here.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying for this panel. There's been so many amazing speakers and moments here in this space this afternoon. And why should we bother listening to religious leaders on this Trans Day of Visibility? I mean, I think that, Jay, some of your humor was really on point. Maybe she left. You know, so much has been said from this place that has been dehumanizing and violent towards all queer people, in particular trans people. And so I think some of our work today is to say that that does not speak for all of us, and that we have a lot of work to do to speak on behalf of institutions of faith, particularly Christian institutions, to redeem some of that. So I'm really grateful for this amazing group of people and colleagues here this afternoon who are brilliant and have so much wisdom to offer us. So I'm going to sort of introduce each of you and ask you to speak for about 5 minutes each, and then we'll have lots of time for questions too, or some time for questions. I shouldn't. Preachers can talk, so I will try to keep an eye on the time.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask ministry intern Sabrina Trupia, who's here on behalf of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Montclair this afternoon, to start us off. And I know that you might be a bit nervous, but I'm so excited to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I just want to say that it's so nice to come on after a comedian and be the first one to speak. That really set the tone. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you all for showing up. So I'm in the peculiar situation of being a religious professional and also trans non-binary. So, but I want to say that I consider myself lucky because Unitarian Universalism is a pretty progressive faith tradition, and I have support. I was just, a little while ago, I was just looking at Facebook groups. There's Facebook groups, there is organizations for ministers specifically, but also for congregants and so on. So why I'm here is, well, because I was invited, but like, what I want to do with my time is, I heard this phrase last week, and I know that you heard it too, because we were at the same place. You get as much justice as you have power to compel. And so I'm here to compel justice, to say that progressive religious leaders can compel justice in issues of trans justice, but all, you know, we're not one issue people, right? Like, we're intersectional, so we can compel justice in a lot of places. And as Reverend Katrina has noted, there's a lot of people out there that they weaponize their faith to justify trans hate. And so, as progressive faith leaders, I believe that we have to step it up a minute and not just, yes, educate, yes, show up, yes, phone your representatives and everybody and all these things. But at this point, these days, when there is a credible threat of violence for all of us, I think that we need to respond in a concrete and emergent matter, meaning we have to offer radical hospitality like today. This is happening in a church. And we have to open our doors regardless whether or not the people want to join our church or synagogue or whatever, and offer refuge in a material sense. Offer understanding and offer teaching. And I wanted to say, because we're a UCC church and I'm a Unitarian Universalist, that we have, sexuality teaching, teach about, responsibility, teach about gender identity, teach that people are people, that trans people are holy, that we are all in this together, and be loud, because those people that hate trans people because of religious reasons, they're just a minority. They're just loud. They don't. We can be as loud as them or louder, because there's more of us than there is of them. There's more reasonable people. There's more people that when you show up and say, I'm non-binary, I'm trans, I have a trans child, they'll just accept. This is just a fact. So I've completely lost the track of what I was going to say. It's fine. And the other thing that I wanted to say that I think is very important is that this is part of our calling. At least I feel like this is part of my calling. All of these are spiritual things. And when trans people come up to me, and it happened yesterday when I was on another Trans Day of Visibility thing, somebody said, oh, you're a minister. Oh, yeah. And they get shy about having religion because they think that religion and faith means something that they're not allowed to have. And it's important to show that that is not the case for us. So now is the moment to take action. All of our faiths, of the people represented here, call us to radical love and relationship. And I'm open to answering questions and brainstorming what to do or how to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you for starting us off in such a big picture. And why is this important? What is at stake in this moment? I want to ask Rabbi Ariane to go next. Rabbi Ariane is the rabbi educator at B'nai Keshet Synagogue here in Montclair. And I'll just let you take it away.
Okay. I just want to say ditto. Just all of those things. And touch on that point of where we can provide spiritual refuge. And the possibility of making our communities safe and warm and a place where people want to show up, right? Like, what does it look like to open the doors and wonder whether somebody's going to show up or not? I was really heartened this morning when we were leading our Torah service, not a regular Shabbat morning. We had a nice bar mitzvah. It was lovely. But we always reserve one honor in the service to anyone who that day feels a need to come up and be honored. And people come up for all kinds of reasons. And I said, yesterday was International Transgender Day of Visibility, and today I'll be speaking in this panel. I want to make sure that folks know about that in case you feel moved to come up for that reason. And just the folks coming up. But here's the thing that was amazing to me was that they were making themselves visible, right? So the question is do people feel welcome to make themselves visible in our spaces, and what can we do to make that happen? There's no secret, but I feel like, we want to hear more in the Q&A from folks in this community about what else could be done. But I just want to say that I wasn't planning on sharing that little moment from this morning, but the piece about providing spiritual refuge really touched me. And I want to talk a little bit also about where we can mine our own text and our own traditions for wisdom about this question. So in the ancient world, and in all of our texts that were mostly written in the ancient world, and also through time up till now, gender diversity was a norm. That was a normal part of life because it has been a normal part of life for the entirety of human existence. And different societies have dealt with that in different ways that were culturally specific. Sex and gender are sort of a culturally determined piece of our identity, and so it looks different across those texts, but we can mine those texts for more information about how to have more flexibility in our thinking and how to have more flexibility in our welcome. So I was thinking about those texts this week, preparing for this panel, and looking at a text that I really enjoy looking at, that talks about categories of gender diversity that were recognized in the earliest Jewish rabbinic texts approximately 1,800 years ago. And in those texts, The rabbis say, you know who was gender variant? Adam, Abraham, Sarah. These were parts of their identity that explain their histories, that explain the path of their lives that don't look exactly like their neighbors' lives. The story about Adam in particular is really interesting to me because the rabbinic imagination takes Adam as the first human being and says it makes no sense for the first human being to be anything but a multiplicity of identities, enveloped into one. Because all humanity is created in God's image, and if all humanity is created in God's image, then how would that be in one human being? And one of the ways they imagine that is that Adam contained gender diversity within themselves. The text actually uses maybe the first instance of the singular they to refer to Adam, that God created the first human being in God's image, male and female, God created them. That's what it says in the Hebrew. And the rabbis imagine, oh, well, that totally makes sense. Eventually, Adam was split up into multiple people who had genders that were different from each other, right? And that was the first making of the first couple, right? That's how God figured that out. But they love to play with that. They're like, oh yeah, of course, that totally makes sense. That's a thing. Of course, that's a thing that God would do. That's how God operates, right? And when they argue about questions like, what's the most important verse in the Torah? There's a great argument between two rabbis named Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shimon ben Azai. Rabbi Akiva says, the most important commandment is love your neighbor as yourself. That's a really good one. So good. And Ben Azai says, no. The most important commandment is that every human being was created in God's image, or the most important verse is that humanity was created in God's image, right? So you don't have to look any further for really good evidence that that Jews, progressive Jews perhaps in particular, have more gotten the clue, but that all of us should be looking for ways to make those true, right? And when I think about those two verses next to each other, love your neighbor as yourself, okay, that means every single human being is worthy of love. Every single human being is divinely worthy of love, right? And as yourself means, of course, that we, each of us ourselves, are worthy of love, right? That's the way that we can fulfill that commandment. Every human being is created in God's image. What does that mean? When I look at every single human being, I should feel awe. I should feel blown away at the incredible person that is standing in front of me in their uniqueness. And the greater the amount of uniqueness in the world, the greater God is present in the world. If God's image is multiplied, is diversified along all of the ways that we think of diversity, then God is more present in the world. So there's a lot more I could say about that, but I will pass it on.
Thank you, Rabbi Arian. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. Beautifully said. So much more I want to say too, but I'm gonna restrain myself. So I'm gonna ask Pastor Sean to talk to us next. Sean Torres is the Associate Pastor of Operations at Bethany Baptist Church in Newark, and you also have another role, another organization? Public Health Navigator. So I could say much more about you, but you have a long list of impressive things that you do and have done, but I'll just give you the microphone and let you say more.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Katrina, for inviting me, and it is good to be here. So my name is Sean Torres Anderson. I'm the Associate Pastor of Operations at Bethany. I also do a lot of public health work at Bethany. I've been working in the field of public health for the last about 10-ish years. I'm only 10 years old now. So I've been working in public health specifically for the CDC, where we provide capacity building services to health departments, community-based organizations for people who are living with HIV and AIDS. So I've been doing this work for about 10 years. And a lot of the work that we do, it leaves out data as it relates to trans folks. There are not a lot of statistics, or there are a lot of statistics, but there is not a lot of resources that have been provided to transgender communities from the national level, like the CDC. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of that is intentional. As I've been working in, or going to work on my master's in public health, I realized how much of religious jargon and a lot of religiosity is filtered into public health. A lot of what we know about religion and what we study in religion also finds its way in public health. A lot of how we look at the body is through a religious lens, and that's what informs public health. So it is no secret that the most vulnerable amongst us, their stories are not often told. Their lives are not often on the forefront of our minds when we're creating resources and programs, particularly for trans people. And even the Black church, I'm Black, and I go to and I work in Black churches, and I will say that the Black church often gets it wrong. Even in progressive spaces like Bethany or other spaces, we do not often get it right. So when we're talking about the atrocities that happen in the world, we often talk about, racism, we talked about sexism, we talked about homophobia, but we never talk about transphobia in real ways. We never stand up or stand for our trans brothers and sisters and kin in our communities that will allow them to know that they are, loved and appreciated, valued, and welcomed in this space. We'll call out everything but the fact that trans people are not living past the age of 33. We'll talk about a lot of what's happening in the world, but we don't talk about how what we speak and preach through the pulpit is the reason why a lot of our siblings are not in our congregations, because we preach a gospel of hate that comes from an irresponsible teaching or interpretation of sacred text. And we never check the people who are preaching these irresponsible messages in a way that challenges what they have read, to allow them to go back to mind the text in ways that affirm people to wholeness. So a lot of the work that I particularly do is to call out when people are not being responsible with their interpretation of the text. Because the Bible is very clear. It says it in, I think, the book of Joel, that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, right? It doesn't say your male flesh or your female flesh or just this black flesh or white flesh. I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, right? So that includes all people. And I really appreciate this telling of Genesis. And we had a professor who wasn't a professor at the time we went to Union together, Phyllis Tribble, who talks about this very story of Adam being a multiplicity of genders at one time. And then when, God pulled rib, then created more genders, right? So I appreciate that. But also, she also has these stories, or those books talking about text of terror, and how a lot of our religious texts we use, we weaponize our texts, we use them to terrorize communities. And there are a lot of them that we use once we get through cherry picking the text to hang all of our hate on. So there's a lot more that I can say, but I think I'll stay there. But I do want to really focus it on the public health aspect of how many more lives we can save once we create public health resources that values all life.
Thank you, Sean. And I would certainly invite questions specifically about Sean's public health ministry when we get to that, to hear some more about that. So Reverend Margaret, why don't you sort of wrap us up in this section of things. So Reverend Margaret OG is the pastor of First Lutheran Church here in Montclair.
Thank you, Katrina. Yeah, so I told Katrina I would go last because I was like, I'm not really sure what to say, and now I feel like how am I going to squeeze it all in? But I'm thinking about specifically in the Lutheran tradition, right? For those of you that don't know, the Lutheran tradition began because Martin Luther, who was a Catholic monk, was considered a heretic, excommunicated from the Catholic Church, wanted to reform the church. Yes, put the 95 Theses up on the wall about all of the things that the Catholic Church was getting wrong. And so when I think of, folks, myself being gender nonconforming, queer, And in the Lutheran Church, I'm also Iranian. And I think of all of the ways that those identities kind of show up in my life. And the first thing that comes to mind is freedom. There's freedom to be found in the texts, in the Hebrew scriptures, in the Gospels, right? This concept of and belief of being saved by grace and through faith. That there's no work and nothing that we as human beings have to do to be fully loved by God for who and exactly who we are. And I think of, so the freedom that can be found in text, that can be found in coming together in sacred spaces and debunking and demystifying the things that we may have been told growing up about what is right, what is wrong, and things like that. And so I think about, too, this thing about healthcare. I encourage folks to look at their social statements that their denomination puts out. Ours, we have social statements in our church, abortion, human sexuality, healthcare. And when you read, I was reading over the one about healthcare today as I was thinking and preparing for this afternoon, and it's everyone should have access to healthcare. Healthcare should be equitable across the board. Our denomination only recently in the last few years started providing gender-affirming healthcare for our clergy and folks who have our health insurance. There's still a long way to go because it's problematic and you have to have certain diagnoses that maybe don't really match how you live and present in the world, but there's work to do. And the thing that something that's going on in my denomination, and also that really can be, I think, difficult to talk about, but that needs to be, I think, addressed when we talk about trans visibility and queer visibility, is that we often, because we live in a world that is rooted in white supremacy, people who are Black, brown, indigenous and queer get pitted against white queer folks, and the communities get pitted against each other as the sin and result of white supremacy and racism, specifically in this country. So we see that a lot, and we're seeing it unfold in our denomination around rights for people of color and around trans folks. And I think that one thing where it's predominantly white LGBTQ folks need to remember is that our queerness, our transness, our bi-ness does not absolve us of our racism, and that those things need to be equally examined and picked apart and critiqued in the same way. It's not. We can get into a habit, I think, of oppression Olympics, when really we need to be creating and fostering communities of care and harm reduction. And as faith leaders, we have a responsibility to lead in that way. So I think I'll leave that there. Yeah.
Thank you, Reverend Margaret. So thank you all for offering your wisdom and sort of beginning this conversation. There is so much more to say, and I will just sort of add my own thoughts at the end and then invite your questions. But in the Christian tradition, we're heading into Holy Week, and Holy Week is a mess of things. We are walking into, tomorrow will be Palm Sunday, is Jesus walking into Jerusalem. The sort of looming threat of his crucifixion is right around the corner. And we know that Jesus was crucified by the Roman Empire because he represented a threat to that system of oppression. And so the question, I think, particular for me as a Christian is, well, who is being crucified today? And when we look around the country and we see trans people and trans young people in particular being targeted by the state, being denied their humanity and their health care and their rights, that's some of who's being crucified, and in particular, trans people of color. So the work of Christians then is to stand with them in solidarity and to remember that the story doesn't end there. That in the Christian tradition, we then have Easter, which is the resurrection, which is God saying that the oppressor will not have the last word, that life will and love will triumph. And I think today what we have had in this Trans Day of Visibility is a moment of resurrection, a moment of the trans community and allies saying, there is life and there is joy and there is celebration, and all that those people who are trying to harm us will not have the last word. Their love and hope and all of that will prevail. So, amen. Yep. So I want to invite you all into this conversation. There is a microphone right here, and so please, Chris, start us off and join in.
Hi, y'all. I'm Chris. Pronouns he, him, and thank you all for being here and speaking today. I do have a question speaking on the most marginalized of the trans community, specifically trans women of color, knowing that we remember in November all the lives lost to violence in our community, specifically that community. Do y'all have intentions to focus external justice work in your communities, knowing that a majority of like the sex workers that are out on the street are not wanting that profession? It's because they're not welcome in other spaces. And a lot of this work and justice around trans women of color, in the faith community, I think that there's potential to like lead these conversations to like welcome those folks in to build opportunities for employment, healthy employment, and then also policy work around decriminalization of sex workers. I think that in New Jersey, it's on the table now, but I wanted to understand from a faith perspective, like what the different churches and congregations are doing around that specific issue.
Thank you for that question. Does anybody want to jump in?
I think I can start. And I'm always thinking about public health, right? So there were laws that existed that if a person was carrying more than 3 condoms, that they would be arrested, right? Because it was, oh, you must be engaging in sex work. And what the church can do, I think the church or religious spaces, are in a unique position to push back against the state in that way, right? How do we create spaces within our congregation for folks to be employed that are not members of our congregations, right? We like to do this nepotism thing where, oh, this is the son of the pastor, so you can get a job here, or this is the son of a deacon, so you can get a job here. But what does it look like for our churches to create opportunities for trans folks to gain employment within our spaces, not in like a tokenizing way, but in a way that allows access to resources like a livable wage and health care, because as Reverend Margaret, is that your name correct, was saying, there are a lot of, in healthcare, you are denied healthcare because of pre-existing conditions, or even though healthcare is supposed to be the law of the land and Obamacare came out, and there are still stipulations in certain states that didn't expand Medicaid, right? So we know North Carolina has now allowed Medicaid to be expanded as law, so we appreciate North Carolina for doing that work. But other places, I did a lot of work in the South, so other places just do not allow people from marginalized communities to have access to this. So what are we doing in our religious spaces to push back against the state in a way that says, we will not bow down to empire in this way. We will create opportunities for our friends to gain employment. And we can do that because we have enough resources within our churches. This is one of the wealthiest neighborhoods, not just Montclair, but Newark. Like, Bethany has a lot of money, and Bethany has a lot of money to provide opportunities of employment. And once we talk about money in religious spaces, we tense up. But the truth of the matter is the money that our religious congregations have come from us. We plant seeds within our congregations for this work. And when we are in these meetings to talk about what our budget will look like, this is an opportunity for us to say we will earmark a certain amount of money for housing or for this community of people, or for employment for these community of people. So we can do that. We can do that work, but we have to be bold and courageous enough to stand up against the powers that exist within our congregations to say this is how we choose to use our money. So I think that work is to be done But again, it starts with public health around these laws and policies that exist that criminalize not only sex work, but criminalize certain types of bodies, right? Because not all bodies are criminalized when it comes to sex work, right? A person who lives in my body won't be criminalized as much as a person who lives in a trans body, right? So we have to decriminalize that type of those things as well. So I hope that makes sense.
Sabrina and then
I
Margaret.
think I have another, thank you so much for giving the public health angle. And I think that one of the things we have to think is to think in terms of coalitions, right? Like this sort of a similar thing that you can do with returning citizens. Be willing to be in a coalition of people that work on the legislative side or other things, but like be the congregation that opens the doors, right? Like, and not I don't know if it's a financial commitment, but it's also a commitment of being there and saying yes inside of a coalition. And it's important, and to me as faith leaders, to belong to as many of these as possible, because one congregation is not going to be able to be just do it alone, right? So there's a lot of avenues in that, and I'm encouraged that we're here, right? Like, so.
Thank you, Sabrina. I would also say too that faith people in the field of in the vocation of faith leadership and faith work, often there's a savior complex, right? We want to go out and we want to, if not proselytize, bring people in. All are welcome. Everyone can come inside this place. Who's to say that sex work is not holy work?
Right.
Sex work is holy work. And if we are meeting people where they're at, out in the field that they have chosen, for whatever reason, the work that we are called to do is not to do the saving, but to accompany people, to be a ministry of accompaniment, to walk with people and be with them through whatever, or wherever they are. And so that's something too that I think I just don't want that piece to get lost, that how someone gets by in the world, how someone shows up in the world, can be and is holy. So.
Thank you all.
Can I just have a
Yeah.
Just following up quickly on that. Yeah, following up quickly on that response, because I know that there's certain professions that put you in danger, and like you have to be aware that if folks don't have options for healthy employment, and this is something that is a default go-to, then maybe that's not necessarily their first choice. It's a choice for money, but it's also putting someone in a jeopardizing safety position. So I just also want to be aware of that, to just follow up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I use she, they pronouns. I had a question for the group, no one in particular. I was looking online these past few weeks, and I noticed that there was a bill in South Dakota that's been going around about detransitioning adults. Thank you. So, detransitioning adults, and those that follow a certain faith, if they were to be detransitioned in South Dakota, but seek refuge in other states or other countries, and they were looking for places of spiritual, what's the word I'm looking for?
Sanctuary?
Sanctuary, thank you very much. I know that you guys would most likely be open to it, but would you be okay with partnering with organizations like the Trevor Project or other local communities to try and help those people who are being forced and that they can't be themselves in the place where either they were born or where they live?
Thank you, Rachel, for that question. You want to start?
I think that many of our communities already partner with organizations like the Trevor Project, like Keshet in the Jewish community is a large organization that does that kind of work. And yes, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Yes. Yes, I think that what Sabrina said earlier about coalition building is so crucial, because, you mentioned a bill or a law in South Dakota. There are horrifying things happening all over the country. It is impossible for single individuals to hold onto all of that information at once. It's also impossible for us to be meaningfully helpful in most situations, but what we can meaningfully do is build power within our organizations in partnership with other organizations, right? Like, what we can meaningfully do is show up when called upon by trusted organizations. And that's a very strong commitment. I mean, I know in my congregation, but I know across these congregations, many of us are in coalition together across Essex County for all kinds of justice work. And what kind of work comes out of those coalitions has to do with the way that we are hearing from the community of, what is directly impacting our communities, right? And what are shared concerns among our communities. This is a shared concern, obviously, among many others, right? So, I think, yes. Easy answer, yes.
Yeah, and I would just add, I threw out that word sanctuary because I think it's horrifying that we have to think about a response like this for trans people and other LGBTQ people who might literally need to become refugees in their own country in order to have safety for their bodies. And we also know that religious people and coalitions have done some of that work in other political moments. I'm thinking particularly around for immigration and refugees, and that there's a strong model of that and network. So I think, literally within this community and these congregations, and also more broadly over decades. But then, I think one of the challenges of religious communities is to do more than that, to not just protect, but also to be an advocate and to say, well, how can we build power in these places so that people don't have to become refugees?
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah. I use she, her pronouns. I have a question about how to best market trans inclusive and trans supportive policies. I also study public health, so shout out to the public health folks in the room. But the second I even say that I center justice in my research, it's almost a radical act in these predominantly white spaces. And I don't even have the courage to say that my conception of justice is informed by the UU faith tradition. So how would y'all go about marketing these policies? For me, I work in like a biomedical research-oriented community, but would love to hear more about how you would do that generally. Thanks.
Anyone want to start?
Sarah, that was hard.
Very hard.
And when you say market, you mean how to present these policies to the public or to legislative bodies or both? Or
I'll repeat it. Go ahead. So how to get policies passed that are trans affirming, trans inclusive? Is that the question? Yeah. Go for it, jump in.
Well, I would say as faith leaders, being in relationship with our people, the people who, that we serve, who identify as trans, and building those relationships, and then with them, because people's hearts and people's minds are changed by story, right? So going and sharing our stories, our collective story, our individual stories, with the support of clergy, because clergy have authority and power, when we show up in our I was gonna say our outfits. What our collars?
Yeah, all right.
So in our outfits and our costumes, and we show up in our clergy costumes. So, but yeah, speaking of drag, so like showing up in our with our people and supporting them and sharing their stories, but making that a priority within our congregations, educating our folks, holding forums on advocacy, because we aren't just, we don't just gather in our worship, in our spaces and in our sanctuaries. That's not why I'm called to this work. I don't believe that that's why anyone up here is called to this work, to just put on the show of the theater of church, of worshiping, and but to also speak up and speak out. And as far as marketing, I would say getting out, making a commitment to build these coalitions, to be in these spaces, getting to know people, getting, face time with people, with our elected officials, things like that.
Last question.
Hi, Erin Kinahan, she, her. I'm a retired Lutheran pastor. Thank you, fellow clergy, for being here. My question is more how I preach on Sunday morning. So how are you dealing with, as I minister to young folks, most of them LGBTQ, how are you dealing with their questions about the scriptures that are so blatantly misogynist and so homophobic and so archaic? And how do you deal with that in your various ministries? Thank you.
Okay, like everybody's looking at me. As a Unitarian Universalist, we don't really have scripture in this one. And yes, thank you, peeps. But we do have religious education where we teach, not to take the Bible literally, but take it seriously, to how to read other things that might be passe or misogynistic, and to interpret in a true way, in a way that is closest to all, that does, justice to all the other faiths. So we do it not necessarily on Sunday, but like we have this concept of a full week faith, so that we have other things during the week that go on to that we can use, and we're very respectful of not appropriating and not, just thinking a lot about what we present as our readings, not necessarily, just the Bible. Thank you.
I used to be a youth pastor in New York, and we had one of our younger congregants who was coming to church and had a sibling that was transitioning, and he would come to me and ask me all of these questions because he heard the messaging that was going on in the church, was reading the Bible, and was trying to reconcile a lot of things. And the only thing that I was able to do was just create space for him to ask those questions, because often we present to young folks that they're not allowed to question the religious text or to question God. And I tried to do this thing. You're not questioning God, you're simply asking questions. And your curiosity is also holy. So God honors the fact that you're curious about what the scripture is saying about your sibling. So just creating space for them to ask questions, creating space for them to be curious. And we will often have sleepovers at the church to reimagine what the church could also be like for them, because we always looked at it as a holy space, but this is also a space where you can sleep. And again, we talked about refuge, find refuge, and do all of those things, but this is a space where you can just be as vulnerable as you need to ask those hard questions that you can't ask your parents or that you don't know how to put into words, but we just created opportunities for them to ask questions.
I know you have a good answer for this, yeah.
I was going to say. The first thing I do about preaching on Sunday is don't preach on Sunday. But the other piece is that, when we are dealing with scripture with, teens and kids in particular, it is a training for them to be able to figure out how to get inside the mind of the text and get inside the fact that tradition is an evolving space, right? So I have a child right now who's working toward bar mitzvah, and the parsha, the Torah portion that he's reading for his bar mitzvah, includes a couple of not great verses in Leviticus. And one of the ways that our community in particular responds to those verses is just say, they're wrong. Like that, just say they're wrong, okay? Like, and we often don't even bother talking about it because it has not been an issue in our community to have to denounce those verses over and over and over again because our community gets it. The name of our congregation is Children of the Rainbow, so, for example. But this child is like, okay, but listen, all the verses around those verses I think are good. So what's that about, right? Like, what is that? And I said, okay, well, this is a great opportunity. So you can go and do some research and look at people who are trying to take this text seriously and figure out what is the context of this text that makes it palatable, and then still be able to say at the end, and also this text has hurt a lot of people, so we're still allowed to say no at the end, right? We're allowed to say no to the way that this text has been used. So he came back to me with a list. Perhaps this text has to do with pedophilia. Perhaps this text has to do with cultic practices that were considered abhorrent in whatever way. Perhaps this text has to do with whatever, a whole list of things. Many different attempts have been made to retranslate. And then we get to have a conversation. What's the difference between trying to figure out how to make a text palatable versus being able to have the power to say, no, I have a tradition that supplants this, right? I have a tradition that stands in place of this at this point. Those texts are just the beginning. They are our mythic origin story, right? They are our touchstone that we know we're touching the same text as people in our tradition all over the world. And that in itself is a holy act, to be able to touch that text. And the next step of that process is to engage in the interpretive tradition, which is ongoing, right? So what is our role in that interpretive tradition? What is our role in acknowledging that we are not the first people to have a problem with particular texts, right? When I go back and I look at gender diversity in rabbinic texts, I also at the same time have to affirm in their context, they had two genders, men and not men, right? Like, they were not thinking that the world ought to be built in a gender diverse way, even as they were able to think in that way, right? We have to be able to talk in a complex way with honesty, particularly to children, because they get it. And if we try to give them a simple answer, then they know we're full of something, right? So that. But also, if you try not preaching on Sunday, that also is a thing that you can throw out there. That's a joke. That's a Jewish joke, sorry.
I think that was a great place to end. So thank you all for your wisdom and your participation today, and thank you all for your wisdom and your participation today.
Thank you very much for everything you've done. I know they're going to set up for a picture, but I know for myself, being an older person, taking that leap of faith of going back to church. I'm spiritual, I go, but I'm still afraid to take that step because I was like, okay, am I going to get hurt again? So, and that's a hard thing to overcome. But thank you so very much. Okay. We have an amazing speaker next. You really want to sit and watch her. Believe me. I'd like to introduce Danielle Mendez, the first transgender Board of Education president in New Jersey, former Miss Gay New Jersey 2016. I first met Daniela at Morris County Pride 2020 when we had to pivot and do a drive-in drag show because of COVID. I was immediately impressed with her focus and drive to get things done. A couple years later, when I ran into her at a political event, The boldness she displayed when calling a politician on the carpet for the lack of support for the trans community was epic. That fierceness is something I admire about her. Please give a round of applause to this very, very formidable woman, Danielle Mendez.
I'm not this tall. Oh my goodness. First of all, Simone, thank you so much for that introduction. I want to thank those of you who are sticking around to allow me to share my testimony for you. The room kind of cleared out after that last one. I also want to thank my friends, Marie. I already thanked Simone, but I want to thank you for having me and being a part of the team that put all of this together. This is truly a humbling experience. Thank you. So earlier today, I was at and I know Celeste will appreciate this, I was at the CUNY School of Law on a panel about bodily autonomy. So I was unsure what I was going to speak about today, and then after the panel, it all kind of just came to me, and I sat in my car on, what's the main drive right before you turn on Cooper? I don't know. Anyway, I sat in my there, and I sat in my car and I wrote this out really quickly. So, in January 2023, the New York Times quoted anti-LGBTQIA+ lobbyists describing their political strategy to eliminate all gender-affirming care for trans people, beginning with children, because that's where the consensus is. Sure enough, since at least 2020, we have seen a clear, concerted effort by conservative state legislatures to introduce anti-trans legislation under the pretense of protecting youth. First, I need to call some things out. This notion of this legislation being introduced to protect youth is absolute nonsense. If these folks want to protect youth, pass common sense gun reform. If these folks want to protect youth, pass legislation to fully fund school districts and invest resources into mental health support services. Quite frankly, these are the same folks who deny climate change. These are the same folks who denied the dangers of COVID and refused to wear masks at the height of the pandemic. So here's what we know. When trans youth have access to gender-affirming care, when trans youth are affirmed at school, the risk of depression and suicide is reduced. I'm gonna share some statistics with y'all. According to a poll conducted by the Trevor Project this year, over 70% of LGBTQ youth said they were closely following recent news about issues impacting the transgender community. According to that same poll, 85% of trans and non-binary youth report their mental health has taken a hit due to the news. Folks, trans and non-binary youth are paying attention. They hear cisgender folks debating their right to exist. So in my professional life, I have seen an influx of trans and non-binary students needing support. I have seen an increase in the number of HIB reports where trans and non-binary youth are the survivors of attacks by their cis hetero counterparts. So HIB is harassment, intimidation, and bullying. I'm sure most of you, I'm hoping, have heard of it. No? No? If you have kids in the school system, I'm sure you've heard of it. So not only are trans and non-binary youth paying attention to the discussion, their cis hetero peers are paying attention. They are emboldened and influenced to attack their trans and non-binary classmates. Young trans folks' very right to exist is under attack. Young trans folks are forced into bathrooms of a gender they don't identify. Young trans folks are denied the right to participate in school-based sports. Young trans folks are outed by adults tasked with keeping them safe. Young trans folks are denied gender-affirming care, which we know oftentimes is the difference between life and death. So the anti-trans debates are not protecting our youth, cis or trans. We know that our world is diverse, and our students flourish when diversity is celebrated. Thankfully, many of our youth are not having it. Black, brown, trans, cis, gay, and straight students are coming together in solidarity to take a stand. They are staging school walkouts. They are protesting at town halls and legislative offices. They are marching and rallying. They are speaking up and speaking out. We should all be doing the same. So I told y'all that I was at the CUNY School of Law, right? And one of the last questions they asked me is the following, and then I'll end it off with this. So their question was, how can we look to trans liberation as a movement for tools to fight back against the repression of all radical thoughts? Dang, what a way to end that pan. Oh my God, I was like, I'm ready to go, thank you. So what I'd like to do now for you all is share a quote by a trans activist, key figure in the gay liberation movement, a person who fought for homeless youth, incarcerated folks, and sex workers. Her name is Sylvia Rivera. And I quote, "We were all involved in different struggles, including myself and many other transgender people. But in these struggles, in the civil rights movement, in the war movement, in the women's movement, we were still outcasts. The only reason they tolerated the transgender community in some of these movements was because we were gung-ho, we were frontliners, we didn't take no bleep from nobody, we had nothing to lose," end quote. So what does that mean? What can we learn from the trans liberation movement? We need intersectional solidarity. We need to be radical, bold, and unapologetic. We need to approach this fight as if we have nothing to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. So everybody that left has probably missed one of the best speeches that I have heard. But every one of you here can say that when one day comes and this woman is running for a higher office in this state, you can say, "I heard her when." Our next panel is the court and you, which should be actually very good. Moderator, Celeste Fiore, out Montclair board member, founder, and chair of Trans Affirming Alliance, and a friend of mine. And we have two panelists, Frank Morano of counsel at Flanagan, Barron, and O'Brien LLC, and Iris Bloomberg, New Jersey Division on Civil Rights, Strategic Initiatives and Enforcement Units. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Thanks. No, I should be on. Yeah, I should be plugged in. Can you hear me? Awesome, perfect. So hi to all of you that are still sitting in this sanctuary, and we are recording, and I believe and we are also live. So don't feel like you are speaking into any sort of void other than the one that exists for all of us at all times. I guess I'm starting to feel a little punchy being in a church by the end of the day. I didn't realize that was going to happen, so thanks for bearing with me. I just want to welcome these two amazing panelists. For those of you that don't know, I know both of them personally. Frank is a very close friend and colleague. I would consider him family. He worked with me and my spouse at our family firm for a number of years and is a huge Big Bear supporter, protector, big daddy of the trans and non-binary community. So he's one of those allies that you would have no idea that he's sitting in a suit somewhere in a court, and I'll let him regale you with some stories, because let me tell you, he's pretty darn good at that. And not to be put second fiddle to anybody is Iris Bromberg, who I will fully admit, I think our firm lost the opportunity to have her work with us to, I don't know, some little organization like the ACLU or something like that, or like a state, or I don't know, some amazing organization. So Iris brings some of the most intelligent and thoughtful perspectives to how the law impacts people and impacts their daily life. And I think she's continued that work at DCR, and she's hopefully going to share with us how regular people can access the Division of Civil Rights Services in order to advance their own civil rights and civil rights for their communities. So without any further ado, I would like to turn this over to either one of you who wants to speak.
Yeah, so.
Perfect.
Is this just
I don't know. Oh, yeah. You can always pass.
No, I got it. We're on?
No.
Nope. Yes?
No.
Okay, we're off. All right. First of all, hello everyone. It's nice to be here in this space. I'm really grateful to be here and blown away. So thank you to the organizers. Thank you for the kind words, Celeste. I'm not quite sure where it'd be helpful to start, so I'll just generally talk about the Division of Civil Rights, and then we can fine-tune the conversation a little bit. So the State Division on Civil Rights enforces the Law Against Discrimination, Fair Chance in Housing Law, and Family Leave Act. We are charged with this mission of addressing and eradicating discrimination. We take that charge very seriously. What I personally work on is affirmative enforcement. Something about discrimination is it's often very difficult for people to pinpoint it, right? You don't often have somebody sitting by you to compare yourself to. You just sort of get the sense that you're being treated differently. So what we can do is we can, through the director, enforce the law without somebody saying, hey, I was a victim of discrimination. And how we try to do that is get input from the community, from outreach, from our friends and colleagues and connections and all over the place, different stakeholders, in order to strategically have the biggest impact. I guess I'll highlight one recent initiative. So I suppose last week we sent out a bunch of enforcement actions against local municipalities who are using marriage forms that only contained 2 gender categories. It's against the law to publish a restriction based on a protected characteristic. So, this is just one step. There's lots of other things we do. We had a recent mortgage redlining discrimination case that resulted in a fund of monies being available to the people who were most impacted by these patterns of practices of discrimination.
Wait, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Did I just hear you say that somebody was held accountable for something and then they had to put money in a pot that was going to go to the people that were financially impacted?
I know, it's a pretty beautiful thing, right?
That is a pretty beautiful thing. How do we get in on that? Like, how do we get this information to you so you can do your thing?
Yeah, so there's different ways. Number one, if you think that you've been the victim of discrimination, you can file a complaint with us. You can go to njcivilrights.gov. You can file a complaint. Another thing you could do on there is you'll see a general kind of email list, and you can send us an email, or you can go to whichever organizations you're connected with, Garden State Equality, Celeste's beautiful organization,
and they'll alert us to issues, right? And then we can track them because we're all in it together, right? Like in an office, I can't see exactly what is happening in a person's everyday life, but when you bring me that information, I'm able to kind of address it. So one more thing that's important. You have 180 days from the incidence of discrimination, if you're an individual complainant, to file it. And DCR's process, unlike courts, which Frank will touch, we have a neutral investigator that goes through it. So you don't need necessarily, you can have an attorney, but DCR will go through a neutral investigation. It's easier to navigate like when you're not represented that way, and they'll make a finding of probable cause if there's one. So we're here. And we have lots of information about specifically kind of generally LGBTQIA rights online, but specifically some that are for trans folks, non-binary folks, intersex folks, and we put out lots and lots and lots of guidance documents that, talk about addressing LGBT bias in schools and other really important issues. So please think of us as a resource.
So would an example of something that I could, or somebody could report to DCR if you are applying for a job and they don't have a non-binary gender option, but they're asking you for a required field? Is that something that you all
Yeah, absolutely. That, if you're being misgendered, if you're being forced to use a bathroom that doesn't best align with your gender identity, if you're being harassed and your employer knows it or your landlord knows it, they have an obligation to do something. And if they don't, this is one resource if you have the energy. I know it's really difficult after you've experienced discrimination sometimes to kind of come forward. It takes a real toll, and sometimes you have more pressing needs ahead of you. If you're able to, it's a way to file a complaint. And we really, we have lots of queer folks that work there. I'm queer. We're part of the communities that we serve. We think about it intersectionally. And we're here for you.
Thank you. We don't often hear that. I mean, although we've heard it a lot today, but I feel like we need to hear it 7 more times in order to counteract all of the negatives. So thank you.
Well, one more thing before we pass it maybe to Frank. I say that in recognizing that government is often a place where trans folks, non-binary folks, people of color, people living in intersectional identities often do face systemic harm and violence, and we're cognizant of that, and we are in a system, but we are in the system trying to use it to make things better and more equitable.
Thank you.
Wow, now I have to follow that. I'm just a lawyer. Again, my name's Frank Morano. I use he, him, his pronouns. Mr. is my honorific, and I'm a cisgender gay male. One of my favorite visions, Celeste and I have been friends for a very long time, and they've been helping me for some time. I've recently, in the last few years, discovered the joys of tattoos, and so we've been trying. I want something to mark myself to show that, I'm this big bear and cisgender gay male, and we don't, I'm also feel like I am here and protective and here for everybody and not just my little piece of the LGBTQ community. So thank you. It means so much to be here today and have this invitation. So thank you so, so much. I'm gonna touch on a few things that I think are really relevant today. A few years ago, I started working on name changes under the tutelage of one Celeste Fiore. And I've been happy that I've been able to take that and move forward as my career moves on and continue to do that work. So many wonderful things have happened with the name change laws in the state of New Jersey since, I'd say, November of 2020. And while we're all still rewatching Tiger King for the 4th time, people were really working hard to do some great work. So in November of 2020, the publication requirement of the name change laws in New Jersey was abolished. And the New Jersey Supreme Court is the body that does that, but it took so many advocates in the state to get that done, and it was specifically mentioned that this was for the trans community, for non-binary and gender non-conforming community. We shouldn't be outing people. We shouldn't in the court system. And so that was a huge deal when that happened. And then later in the summer of 2021, and I think it was effective September 1st of 2021, the Supreme Court changed the court rules that all name change hearings all the records are confidential. So again, it's another step in the direction of, we're not outing people. This shouldn't, the court shouldn't be in a position where someone has to tell the most personal pieces of their life just to get their name changed, And so it really important laws, and name change in New Jersey, it's great if you can afford an attorney for it, but there's right on the judiciary website, if you're looking to change your name, there's forms. It's very user-friendly at this point, given all the ways that the laws have changed in just the last 2.5 years. So that's been some really important work in the state for the community at large. I think it was last year, the legislature changed what they would call, and I'm just going to hit some important points for the community, what had been known as the criminalization of HIV. So those laws all changed where they stopped focusing on HIV as the old law was if you were to knowingly transfer HIV to another individual, it was a felony offense. And as you can imagine, the purpose of that was somebody, and I think the biggest case was out of England, somebody who was literally purposefully passing the virus on. But unfortunately, in many states and in this country, it was abused by the powers that be in certain times. So those laws have changed. Any communicable disease, it's a disorderly person offense, and there is no longer a focus on HIV. So that was a big change in law that was, again, worked on by some people who took a lot of time and effort and advocacy to talk to, frankly, we talk about the government sometimes, and I say sometimes tongue-in-cheek. The legislature isn't, the easiest place to change minds, right, and to convince people things. So really, there's people out there. There's hope, and I see some young people in the crowd, and but for everybody to know that there's hope. There's people working for you. There's people fighting. Even in a great state of New Jersey where we think we're quote unquote safe, there's people out there fighting for you in the courts and out there. One of the big things that one of the things I do want to talk about, I've been a litigator for almost 17 years, so I've been in the courtroom for a very long time. What I want to say to you is, if you are either in trouble, whether it's a criminal case, a civil case, or you're bringing a civil case or something like that, just like I always equate it to going to the doctor, like having a lawyer and going to court. It's great because you have this person who's supposed to be your advocate, but you also have to advocate for yourself. So if you're feeling like you're not being treated the right way in a courtroom or with an attorney, you let that be known. And don't be scared and tell that. If a person in the courtroom isn't using the right pronouns, you tell them and you make it a point. And if you need to escalate it, there are people out there and organizations that will help you and will make sure that things are right. So just never forget that there's people out there willing to help and to fight. And a real strong purpose, and Celeste and I would always talk about this, is everyone should have equal access to our courts. I don't care what community you're part of. I don't care what anything. Everybody. It's the blind person holding the scales, right? Everybody should have equal access to the courts, and it's a fight. It's a continuing education process. It's a continuing. And listen, I think we've made a lot of progress. I mean, there were judges that we would appear in front of time and time again, and we can track the changes in the inclusivity in those courtrooms and in those spaces and in the counties that we were filing name change applications for. We have some wonderful allies in the court system now that have worked with us over the years in order to get these things accomplished. So, just like everything else, it's a work in progress, and but we're fighting
Frank,
a good fight.
there's a funny word for there's a person who works in the court whose job it is to be this outward-facing, almost customer service. So if the trans person is having an issue in court, what is the name of that person that they can go find?
It's so fancy.
So fancy.
It's so fancy. And frankly, I didn't know what this was, even being an attorney for many years. It's called your ombudsman. It's fancy.
Sorry, I love that.
It's not spelled the way you think either. And so, but the ombudsman is the person in each and every county and vicinage in the courts that if you're having an issue that you can go to and you should go to, and if they're not answering, you should go to them a lot, over and over and over again until they answer you. And again, that's easier said for someone like me who, I don't know, I lost shame some time ago in my life, so I will go over and over again. But the ombudsman, and Google it, ombudsman Morris County, ombudsman Essex County, and the person's name and phone number and maybe even an email address will pop up because it's a public position.
And I will interject that almost all of them, if not all of them, have had specific training on LGBTQ cultural competence by somebody who should be training on LGBTQ cultural competence. I say that for those in the back. They are familiar. The people in courts are familiar with trans people. Most of the time they've met one. It might have been me, but they have at least met a trans person. So if you are somebody who is a parent who has, say, a child who's over the age of 18 who is doing a name change by themselves, they are not necessarily going to be walking into a completely hostile environment, right? Can you share some positive experiences that you've
Absolutely.
had? Yeah.
Absolutely. So my current law firm is currently in Somerset County, and I'm from Somerset County, and it was last month. I'm vice chair of the LGBTQ advisory board for the county through the county commissioners. And we did a name change clinic, and Celeste joined us, of course. We're inseparable, bestie. And we were lucky enough, we had the assistant civil division manager and the individual who takes care of the FD docket for family law, because for juveniles, you would file a name change in family court. Adults, it's in civil court. And geez Louise, they were incredible. They came to the panel, they spoke, they gave everybody their information out loud. They are always there. I mean, and it's funny because Celeste and I had worked with the FD docket person many times, and just so easy. I mean, Essex County, there's great people in the courthouses. When we would file name changes before things were sealed, we would file name changes for everyone with just initials. And where some vicinages we would get pushback, we had it's the person that worked in the civil division, an assistant, something. I don't even know what her title is. She was so wonderful, and we were like, can we file this with initials? And her answer is, absolutely, I'll take care of it. Oh my God, it wasn't a fight? I didn't have to go to that ombudsman. There we go, I'm bringing it back around. I didn't have to go complain to the ombudsman in order to get it done. There's really wonderful people. So I know we're scared, and I am not trans, but I'm an out gay man. I get scared, and I know it doesn't seem you're listening to me talk now. If you ever see me in a courtroom, you would never think I ever get scared. My kids don't think I ever get scared, but I do get nervous. I get scared when I'm around new people. I do get nervous around new people. I obviously face that with humor, if you haven't noticed, when I get nervous. And but I have been, and it stinks that I have to be surprised by it, but I have been more than pleasantly surprised by a lot of the reactions in many different counties in the state when it comes to these things. And again, we've had some problems in one county once filing name changes, and a quick email to the ombudsman and things are changed real quick. So, there are people out there that help you. There are people in our court system that it's funny. I'd rather that they look at it, this is just my job. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you identify. I'm just going to do my job the right way, and it's wonderful, right? Like, I'll take it. I'll take it, right? And it's out there and it exists, and we're very lucky for those people, I think. So.
Yeah.
No,
and I'll just add that there's an ethics rule for lawyers. It's 8.4G in our rules of professional conduct. And we oftentimes use that to say that attorneys should not be engaging in discriminatory conduct. So if you're involved in a legal proceeding and somebody is using your sexual orientation or your gender identity against you in a certain way, or you feel like they're trying to portray you in a negative light based upon those things, that's something that you could take to the Office of Attorney Ethics. You can file a complaint or a grievance against a lawyer. I personally, that kind of stinks as a lawyer because anybody could file a grievance against you. But if you need to use that rule that is there, we as lawyers are not supposed to do that. But sometimes it happens, and if I could give one piece of advice, it would be to find a lawyer that is LGBT competent in whatever area of law you need a lawyer in. So, for example, if you need an employment lawyer, find somebody who's worked with LGBT people before. And if you're trans, specifically with trans people before, and understands the nuances of that, of navigating that type of case and those types of issues. Any other? Do you have any other tips that you would want to, give to a member of the general public in navigating the courts or law?
Yeah. So I just want to point out that I think about a year ago, the New Jersey Supreme Court put out some guidance around inclusivity in language and how people should be treating you.
That was July of 2022.
July 2022. July 2022.
Just off the
So
top of my head.
that's a great resource as well, right? If you ever, it's always nice if you have a document to point to. Yeah, so that's the only thing that I will add. And I think it's also really important to think about, when I think about courts and justice system, I think about pipeline. I think about how important it is to have people in those positions that are trans and non-binary or part of the larger LGBTQIA community. And that, to me, has been really helpful in my previous life when I practice in court. It's always nice when you go in front of somebody who has a baseline competence. Even if, we're all learning and growing and evolving and getting more intersectional, hopefully questioning ourselves. But to just have that baseline there is really important. So to anyone who is interested in those areas, I think it is really important to have representation. Yeah.
And I talked about name changes, and I talked about court staff, but let me talk about judges for a second. When I practiced with Celeste and Jody, we did family law practice, and like I said, you file juvenile name changes in family court. And family court, except for adoptions and name changes, is not a fun place to be. Listen, court's not a fun, it's fun for us as attorneys, but but if you're a litigant, let's face it, you're not there for a great reason 99% of the time, right? And so the judges, particularly the family court judges, would love to do name changes. It was one of their more favorite things to do, because the only other time they were having a situation where somebody was smiling was adoptions. And so a lot of times it would be funny because the family, and it took me a few times to get it. I'm a little thick sometimes. And the family court judges would ask for the juvenile to be present, even though it's the parents that are the petitioners, because obviously someone under 18 can't bring a name change petition because they're not 18. And I would always, Celeste would hear me from the next room. Why do they need to be there? Grumble, like big, upset about it. And then I realized that the judges were asking for the juveniles to be there because it was nice for them to say. And particularly, little smaller kids didn't really get it, but man, you get a 13-year-old with a giant smile on their face, and the judges love to see it, and the judges say congratulations, and they clap, and they just love it. And so when I say there are people there and they're friendly and they're nice, it exists, and it's nice to exist. Is the whole system perfect? No system is. But there has been some real positive things out there, so.
Have you ever seen a name change be denied?
Celeste, wanted to end on such a happy note.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not out, no. Actually, I haven't seen one straight out denied. I have not seen a name change straight out denied. I have seen situations, unfortunately, where, I gotta say this nicely, that's hard for me, where another organization might try to get involved, let's say a law enforcement organization, let's keep it vague, where then has convinced the judge that there might have to be restrictions on this person's name change. But of course that is fought heavily and for a long time. So that does exist, it has existed, it is the exception, not the rule, I think is important to know, right? I mean, would you agree with me?
Absolutely.
That's the exception. I haven't seen one denied. Rarely have seen judges take weird stances on, empty courtrooms in order to do a name change. It's the exception, and of course, we fight it, but it's the exception, not the rule. But I've never, now that I'm thinking hard, real quick, off the top of my head, I haven't seen a name change denied. So.
Yeah, in my previous practice, I did LGBTQ and HIV advocacy law, direct public services. And we did lots and lots of name changes, not here in New York. Never saw a name change denied, including people who were simultaneously applying for asylum, so they needed lots of papers to be adjusted.
Cool. So basically, if somebody needs a name change, they can access courts probably in New Jersey or New York, and despite any other things that might be going on in their life, they will be able to get a court order that says, this is my name, and go change their name on their ID documents and such like that. Awesome. I think we can end it. We can end happy. Yeah, that was. Oh, see, except
One more thing, because I realized I didn't say it. This is my last thing, okay? Because it's important. The law against discrimination, I'm going to say it again, it protects you for discrimination based on a number of protected categories, including gender identity and expression in places of public accommodation, housing, and employment. Like I said before, 180 days to file with the Division on Civil Rights. You have 2 years from the date of the last incident to go to court. So you have 2 options. That's it.
Perfect. Anybody have any questions? Oh, Chris has questions.
Chris always have all the questions today.
Yeah,
Apologies. Earlier in this discussion, I think Celeste was mentioning that they had heard you can file civil rights discrimination against sexual orientation, gender identity not being asked in employment. Are you speaking on a federal or state, or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, what I was saying is in New Jersey, on our birth certificates and on our driver's licenses, we can have an X-gender marker. So if you are offering a job application to somebody that does not provide a box for a non-binary gender option, I was asking if that would be something that we could report to DCR and they could maybe take some sort of look at, because if you're not providing a document that allows for all people, regardless of their gender identity or gender expression, to be able to apply for a job, it would seem to me that that might implicate the law against discrimination and DCR's work.
Yeah, so particularly when it's a required category, right? Like everything in law depends on circumstances. So the publication that I was talking about that we went after, it was a required category in order to receive public service. So that was like, it's clear cut. In employment, like I would want to see the forms. There's also certain reasons why sometimes in certain records, for tax purposes, they may code things a little differently. But to the extent that you're required to disclose that information on a form and it doesn't have a third category, I think that would be a problematic thing that you could bring to us.
Yes. So from my experience, and I work in private for-profit corporation, there's this big discussion around sexual identity and sexual orientation, gender identity disclosure up front, especially in the job applications, knowing New Jersey does have that X box. My company personally doesn't have an option for other. It's just male, female, and then there's no option for your gender identity. And it's been a discussion in corporate spaces, working to include these initiatives, but it's a nice to have rather than something that's legally obligated, just because I think it's rather do, but at the same time, if there's something that I can do to help move it forward a little bit more, if that's something that would be considered, if I could provide the information to you to show that it is happening, at least in certain spaces that I know of, would you consider like taking that on, or?
Well, like everything else, it like requires specific analysis of issues before. But if there's something that you think could be potentially discriminatory, you're welcome to file with us, and we will then analyze it.
Can I end on a real quick funny story just on the form thing? I had to have a emergency root canal 2 summers ago. Do you remember that? It was awful. It was
I do.
It was horrible. They had to listen to me complain about it. That's why they went. And I get to the place. Now, I am in pain. When I say I'm in pain, I was up all night, like white-knuckled in pain. I couldn't wait to get to the surgery the next morning. And I go there and I sit down and I'm laying there and I'm moaning and they give me the forms. And the form said, if you are a woman, are you pregnant? And I took that pen and I scratched it out and I circled it and I said, other people can be pregnant too. And then they came in, I handed the form back, and I'm gauzed up, and I'm ready to go. And the oral surgeon walks in and goes, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, and he was like, I don't know what you're saying, but I can tell you're mad, so let's just get rid of this. So anyway, it was just a funny form story to end up with. But like, call people out, call them out. So anyway, that's
Thank
it.
you.
I'll end with that.
Yeah, thanks, man. Anybody else? Anybody? Nope. Good.
So this concludes our panel. If everybody could join us in the assembly room. Oh. We have a question?
Oh, we have a
Yeah,
question?
sure.
Uh-oh. I didn't see that.
Hi there. I have sort of a question. I just sort of wanted to see if you guys had any thoughts. I know there's been a lot of anti-trans bills that have been introduced in New Jersey, like a lot of the states across the nation, and I'm pretty concerned and worried about them. And there was also a bill introduced that would offer, in the Senate and the Assembly, that would offer some protections to families, I believe, entering the state. And I just wondered, I don't expect you guys to like have all the answers or anything, but I just wondered if from like coming from a law perspective, do you have any advice on how to push back against these anti-trans bills and how to push for the laws that are being proposed that offer more protections to transgender youth and transgender adults and their families that are being proposed, because there is legislature being pushed forward by certain state senators, but I don't think it's really getting a lot of attention, and it's not being made a priority. And I think a lot of the anti-trans bills, there's definitely a lot of worry and concern, but I feel like I feel very, very lost, and like I don't really know what I can do besides just calling my senators and state representatives.
And I hear your concern, and one of our speakers earlier was Lauren Albrecht, who is the among other things, she's Garden State Equality's lobbyist, and what she shared with us is that there are 6 bills currently in our state legislature, and that she doesn't believe that any of them are actually going to move through committee, that they were introduced at the beginning of the 2022-2023 session, and that if they don't go anywhere this session, which ends at the end of the year, they would have to be reintroduced in 2024. And then they would have to go through that process. Based upon what she said today in her analysis, is that she doesn't believe that any of those bad bills, for lack of a better word, are going to be moving through. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't still keep a look at them, but what I would suggest, given this climate and particularly being in our state, is to look to our trusted organizations that are doing some of the lobbying work. So Garden State Equality has a 501c4 arm which allows them to do political lobbying. So keep on top of what it is that they are asking to do. I know that there has been some push to have folks write to Senator Zwicker, who is the one who's the sponsor of the the protective bill. So that is absolutely something that you can do. I think from what I've been gathering today is that in New Jersey, what we can really do is be here for each other and to work in community while some of our bigger political organizations are holding any or dealing with any of those laws. That might not be where our struggle is here in New Jersey. So to basically say, I'm not saying just take a breath and relax and sit down. No, I'm just saying that if those 6 bills are what's stressing you out, what I heard today was you can take that energy and put it towards creating a safe space in your school, your other community, and just saying we are all here for you, and you can be the one who keeps track of those bills for everybody else if that's something that you feel like you need to do in order to feel like you have a sense of control about kind of what's happening. I think I'm more speaking for myself maybe. Maybe I need to feel like I have a sense of control over it. But I don't know if that answers your question or helps at all.
Yeah, it's just nice to hear your insight about it and get a better sense of the climate of, because I don't really have a sense of the climate of these bills and the policies surrounding them and if they're moving or they're not moving.
Me neither. That's why I was so glad to hear Lauren. I mean,
Yeah.
that's part of what we do is we sit here and, we have to listen to each other because we can't all know it all.
Yeah, so it's nice to hear from you and nice to hear from what you've heard from Lauren as well. So thank you for sharing that.
And don't downplay your importance. Like you just said, well, I can just call my senator. There should be no just there. That's what happened when people said, well, my vote doesn't count. Like it's the same, I'm just one vote. Well, really? Because as we all know, that's not true anymore, right? So saying that I'm just one phone call or one letter or whatever, that's not a just. Like we should be getting rid of that just word because if there's 100 of you that says it's just, that's 100 phone calls or letters that don't get sent. You know what I mean? So do it, you know what I mean? Like, be powerful, take control, and write that letter and make that phone call, and then get your neighbor to do it, and get your friend to do it, and I think it's still very powerful.
Yeah, I think that's right on. Also, I don't think there's just one way to show up too. So one way is, right, of course, in general, to write letters, to make your voice heard. Another way is to do public education things. Another way is to be a good ally. Another way is to stand up for yourself, right? They're all different, make art. They're all different ways to change the discourse and dialogue and be more inclusive.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts.
Thanks, thank you all.
So I just need to send everybody to the assembly room for the final remarks.
You're always trying to get people to leave.
I know, and I have a special place to bring you to, actually.
Sure. That's going to come across real interesting on the recording.